Hi, Tushar.
Hi, David.
Okay, you good? I can hear you. I can see you. Your logo is in the right place, so you're good to go.
Great, thank
See,
you.
okay, see you in a bit. Hi, John.
Hi, David.
Okay, and you're the same thing. I can hear you. I can see you, and your logo is correct. See you in a bit. Let's go with, let me get my water.
Hi, David.
Hello, Chair. I just got word that everything is a go on our end. CATV is live. All the social platforms are live, and we are good. So it's 6:30. Whenever you'd like to call to order, that's your call.
There's our last commissioner. Got it. Okay. Thank you, David. With that, it is Thursday, September 2nd, 2021. It is 6:30 p.m. and I'm going to call to order this meeting of the West Hollywood Planning Commission. And I will start with our usual sheet music. In compliance with California Governor Gavin Newsom's executive order to protect public health and prevent the spread of COVID-19, this Planning Commission meeting is being conducted via teleconference on the city's website and is also provided on a wide array of streaming media platforms to offer access to the public to the fullest extent possible. WehoTV staff have confirmed that this Planning Commission meeting is currently streaming successfully on Spectrum Channel 10 and online at weho.org, WehoTV. In addition, and as a courtesy, this meeting is also successfully streaming on the city's YouTube channel at youtube.com/WehoTV and on Roku, Apple TV, Fire TV, and Android TV. WehoTV staff monitor this broadcast on all platforms throughout the meeting and will notify the Planning Commission secretary should broadcast disruptions arise. Please do not interrupt the live meeting by calling or texting the planning commissioners about difficulties viewing the meeting. In addition, you may call in to listen to this meeting by dialing 669-900-6833. The meeting ID is 894-6378-0891, and then press the pound sign. Please understand that internet speeds, device reliability, third-party platform reliability, and individual or personal technical issues are out of the scope of this broadcast. If you are experiencing viewing difficulties while watching this live stream, please reload the page or visit weho.org/WehoTV to access our official live stream and to view a list of other available streaming options and a guide to troubleshoot your connection. If you continue to experience difficulties, you can also call 323-848-3151. And with that, we will move on to item 2, the Pledge of Allegiance. Commissioner Caballero, may I call on you to lead us, please?
Yes. And on your heart, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Commissioner. Item 3, roll call. David, would you please call the roll?
Good evening, commissioners. Tonight we have 2 commissioners absent, though that would be Commissioner Lombardi and Vice Chair Jones. So all roll call votes will reflect their absence. Commissioner Vincent.
Here.
Commissioner Thomas.
Here.
Commissioner Dutta.
Here.
Commissioner Carvalero.
Here.
Chair Hoopengarner.
Here.
And we have a quorum.
Excellent. Item 4, approval of the agenda. Do we have a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda.
Thank you, Commissioner Caballero, and a second from Commissioner Thomas. David, please call the roll.
Thank you. Commissioner Thomas.
Yes.
Commissioner Carvalero.
Yes.
Commissioner Dutta.
Yes.
Commissioner Vincent.
Yes.
Chair Hoopengarner.
Yes.
And the motion carries to approve the agenda for September 2nd, 2021 as presented.
Thank you, David. We'll move on to item 5, approval of the minutes. We have the minutes of July 29th, 2021 as item 5A. Do we have a motion to approve? Thank you, Commissioner Dutta. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Commissioner Vincent. David, please call the vote.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Odetta. Commissioner Vincent,
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas,
Yes.
Commissioner Carvalero,
Yes.
Chair Hoopengarner.
Yes.
And the minutes for July 29th, 2021 are approved as presented, noting Commissioner Lombardi absent and Vice Chair Jones absent.
Thank you. Item B, the August 5th, 2021 minutes, which is a complete court transcription of the entire meeting. I do have a correction to that. On at least page 98, there are multiple misinterpretations of RENA. It's spelled R-E-N-A instead of R-H-N-A. So if that correction could happen. Were there any other corrections? Yeah, Ms. Langer.
I believe it is R-H-N-A.
Yes, it is, but in the transcript, it's R-E-N-A.
Oh, I heard you backwards. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, at least in 4 places on page 98. I didn't do a complete search.
Thanks.
Any other corrections? None? Okay, then do we have a motion to approve as corrected?
I motion to approve.
Thank you, Commissioner Vincent. I'll second. Then David, would you please call the vote?
Thank you. Commissioner Vincent,
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas,
Yes.
Commissioner Odetta,
Yes.
Commissioner Carvalero,
Just to clarify, that was the August 5th meeting minutes, correct?
Correct,
I'll abstain because I wasn't there.
correct. Thank you.
thank you. Chair Hoopengarner.
Okay, item C, approval.
Oh, wait.
of- Oops.
Chair, your
Oh,
vote,
vote, my
please.
vote. Yes, sorry.
Yes.
Yes.
And the minutes, the verbatim minutes for August 5th, 2021 are approved as corrected. Staff will make those corrections throughout the entire document, noting Commissioner Lombardi absent, Vice Chair Jones absent, and Commissioner Carvalero abstaining from this vote.
Thank you. I'm going to have to get different hats, so I put them on depending on what I'm doing here. Item C, the August 19th, 2021 minutes. Do we have a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Thank you, Commissioner
I'll-
Carvalero. Commissioner Dutta, second. Thank you. And David, please call the vote.
Thank you. Commissioner Carvalero,
Yes.
Commissioner Odetta,
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas,
So sorry. Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Vincent,
Yes.
Chair Hoopengarner,
Yes.
and the minutes for August 19th, 2021 are approved as presented, noting Commissioner Lombardi and Vice Chair Jones absent.
Very good. Moving on to item 6, public comment. This is a time for the public to speak on any items that they wish in general to speak to the Planning Commission. Each person will be allowed up to 3 minutes to speak. David, do we have any public?
Chair, I received no speaker slips for this item. If anybody is on the call, the platform with us that would like to speak under a general comment only, please star 9 for me from your device, and we can let you speak for 3 minutes. And it looks like it's all clear for this item, Chair.
Okay, well, at least our record is consistent. No public comment. Okay, item 7, the director's report. Mr. Kehoe.
Good evening, Chair and Vice Chair. John Kehoe, Director of Planning and Development Services. Just a couple of announcements regarding the upcoming City Council meeting on September 20th. An item that went to the Planning Commission, one of the billboards is going to 9009 to 9015 Sunset Boulevard is scheduled for September 20th. Then some other items that might be of interest to the Planning Commission, we're transmitting the climate action plan to the council for them to look at, and then they'll be discussing that at a later date. We're providing the council an update on the Sunset Arts and Advertising Program. We're about to release that for more applications. And then another item that came to the commission a while back was the draft housing element that will be transmitted to the city council for their comments on the draft. And so those are the announcements that I have for tonight. Oops, I believe you're on mute.
Mousing. Okay, sorry about that. Thank you. Did anyone have any questions for our director? Okay, then we'll move on to item 8, items from commissioners. Do we have anything? I have one thing, and that's a reminder to everyone to vote. We have an election coming up, I believe, September 14th, and everyone should have their ballot in the mail. So part of our democracy, voting, yay team. Okay, item 9, consent calendar, there is none. And that brings us to item 10, public hearings. 10A is 1301 and 1307 North Fairfax combined with 7909 Fountain Avenue. This item was officially continued from the August 5th meeting. And it is a request to demolish 3 existing residential properties and create a new 5-story, 18-unit co-living building with 3 units of affordable and 70 bedrooms. For the public's information, the way a public hearing operates is that first we have a staff report, which is followed by any disclosures from the commissioners, followed by any questions from the commissioners of staff. Then the applicant makes a presentation, which will be 10 minutes, after which the commission will ask the applicant questions. And then we will have public comment, which will be 2 minutes, given the number of people that have expressed the request to speak, followed by the applicant's rebuttal, which will be 5 minutes, then questions from commissioners. Following that, we will close the public hearing and deliberate on the decision and vote. That being the process, we'll start out with step 1, and I believe Mr. Adrian Gallo is going to be our presenter this evening.
Thank you, Chair. Let me set up my PowerPoint. Good evening, Chair Hopengardner and members of the Commission. I'm Adrian Gallo with the Current Plan Division. At the August 5th meeting, staff recommended approval of the project with conditions of approval to redesign certain aspects of the project. Staff could not support 2 waivers and 1 concession because there were safety issues resulting from these features. Since the PC meeting, the project has been redesigned and staff no longer believes there is a safety impact and can now support all the requested waivers and concessions. The state of California is experiencing a serious housing crisis. One way the state government has been addressing the crisis is by limiting what cities can do to deny projects that comply with the provisions of the Housing Accountability Act adopted by the state. This project is subject to the Housing Accountability Act, and consequently, the city can only deny the project if specific findings can be made that the project has safety issues. The city attorney is here to further explain this if you're interested. I'll be discussing the components of the project that have changed since the last meeting. On the screen is an aerial overview of the subject property, which is located at the northwest corner of Fountain and Fairfax. The site consists of 3 contiguous lots. This portion of Fairfax Avenue, north of Santa Monica, is developed with a wide variety of uses surrounding the site. The project has increased the number of units by 1 from 17 to 18. 15 co-living units for a total of 70 co-living bedrooms, as well as 3 affordable one-bedroom units. Overall, the project has been revised from 80 bedrooms to 73 bedrooms. The proposed building is 5 stories with outdoor terraces on the 5th floor and roof. The first floor has the main lobby and 4 units, 1 co-living unit and 3 conventional affordable units. The applicant is proposing to cluster all the affordable units on the ground floor. All 3 affordable units directly front the street and each has its own street-facing entry porch, as well as a second door with direct connection to the building lobby and elevators, and the building's amenity spaces. Street-facing affordable units with individual entries enhances the urban streetscape, and the clustering of the units allows the housing staff to easily service affordable units. The applicant is requesting relief from the total number of required parking spaces for the project. State density bonus law allows an applicant to reduce as few as 0.5 parking spaces per unit for projects that provide a certain threshold of affordable housing and are within 1/2 mile of a major transit stop. The redesigned project has 18 total units and is eligible for a reduction down to a minimum of 9 spaces upon request by the applicant. However, in order to better accommodate the residents and understanding that parking in the area is difficult, the project is designed to provide 30 spaces for residents and 2 spaces dedicated for delivery vehicles. The driveway has been modified to facilitate safe two-way garage access, sorry. The first floor plan has been widened at the top of the driveway to 18 feet and increased the minimum driveway ramp width to 14 feet clear. A staging area has been created at the top of the driveway where a vehicle looking to drive down the ramp can wait and allow a car driving up the ramp to pass and exit. This modification means that the driveway will be 18 feet at the top and bottom and will be reduced to 14 feet only for about 1.5 car lengths. The city's senior transportation planner has reviewed this vehicular ingress and egress at the driveway and general circulation within the proposed garage, and finds that it does not include design elements that may pose a safety problem, and finds that none of the reductions will result in a specific adverse impact or health and safety result in a specific adverse impact on health, safety, or the physical environment. The project has been modified to accommodate 10-foot combined sidewalk and parkway on both Fountain and Fairfax, and the 3-foot depth from the finished sidewalk grade. At the August 5th meeting, the applicant had requested a 3rd concession on sidewalks and requirements on soil depth. Since that time, the applicant has redesigned the proposed project and is no longer requesting those concessions from the city's sidewalk and soil depth standards. Instead, in place of the previous requested 3rd concession, the applicant is seeking a concession for drive aisle width previously sought as a development standard waiver. A co-living project is significantly different than a single room occupancy building, which typically supplies low-cost housing options to lower income individuals by providing a single room with no amenities and often shared bathroom facilities. A bedroom in a 3 or 4 or 5 bedroom, a bedroom in a 3 or 4 or 5 bedroom unit is not considered an SRO under our municipal code. And the project complies with the definition of a dwelling unit because it includes internally connected rooms that have sleeping, cooking, eating, and sanitation facilities, but no more than 1 kitchen per unit. The SROs do not include bedrooms within a multi-bedroom residential unit, but a facility with a single room or for 1 or 2 people that may only share bathrooms or kitchens within an entire floor or entire residential facility. Here's an example of a typical co-living unit. 12 of the units have their own private open space. One of the comments that we received were that the project didn't meet our private open space standards. And what took place in this project is that They transferred the private open space where it wasn't meant to a common open space, but that also means that half of the units have to have at least 50 square feet within a 5 foot wide area, and 12 of the units provide that requirement. Since the meeting of August 5th, the applicant has worked with staff to address the concerns raised at the hearing. By being flexible where possible, staff believes that the project applicant has been able to remedy the issues that couldn't easily be addressed with waivers and concessions. The resulting project would create lower income housing in a configuration that is new and dynamic for the city of West Hollywood. It would ultimately house more people and at rents lower than can be found at traditional multifamily residential buildings. Co-living projects in other areas have contributed to the variety of housing options, providing a creative solution to a serious housing crisis that exists throughout the region. All requirements of the municipal code and general plan have been met, and the project is compatible with the diverse nature of the existing neighborhood. Therefore, staff recommends approval of the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Adrian. I'm going to actually kick off the same way we did last time with the important point that you brought up, Adrian, which is the definition of the project, because I think from that point, it guides all of our conversation and all of our decisions regarding the type of project. So I'm going to start with a couple of questions. And it's all based upon that definition of a single room occupancy housing, which in our code states that it is a residential facility providing individual secure room or rooms for 1 or 2 person households, which may have individual or shared kitchen and or bathroom facilities. Now, does this code anywhere else define the location of the access to the individual secure room? In other words, does it matter if you're accessing it from a living room, a kitchen, from a common area, from a hallway? Is there anything in the definition of an SRO that defines how you get to your individual locked room?
The code only mentions that it provides a secure room, and that and talks about how long the person will be staying within that room, no longer than a month. But in terms of accessing the room itself, typically,
No, it says on a monthly basis or longer.
Right.
Right.
Sorry.
Mhm.
Typically, an SRO facility would be per floor. It'll be one common restroom facility and kitchen facility, and then the bedrooms would be around the perimeter of the floor compared to a traditional apartment building complex.
So that's traditionally, but that is nowhere defined in our code.
Other than the definition for SROs talking about individual secure rooms.
So the fact that this is, one kitchen facility for 5 bedrooms, or one kitchen facility for 10 bedrooms, or one kitchen facility for 15 bedrooms is nowhere specified in our code.
Let me check the development standards for SROs.
I'm asking because I looked and I couldn't find anything that said that an SRO had to be a certain configuration of so many bathrooms per bedroom, so many kitchens per bedroom. I couldn't find anything that defined that you had to have your keyed entry off of a hallway, off of a kitchen, off of a common space. There was no definition. And so I want to make sure that we're clear. Is there something somewhere else that does define that?
So I would like to interject real quick, Chair, if I could. It's John Kehoe, Director of Planning and Development Services. So the applicant has indicated to us what they are applying for. So then we take a look at that and we look at all the provisions of the code And sometimes projects aren't completely defined in our zoning ordinances. That's not unusual. And so we have to interpret frequently when people submit applications to us what it is. So in this particular case, there's a common hallway and then single doors off that common hallway. And then behind that doorway is another set of rooms. And that set of rooms includes bedrooms, kitchen, living space. And those are all behind a private doorway off of the common hallway. SROs are typically arranged where the individual rooms are off the common hallway. And so there isn't any other private space behind that doorway into the unit. In this case, we could ask the developer, but I presume if someone wanted to rent all four bedrooms as one unit, they could. And so that would result in a unit, someone's renting a unit with 3 or 4 bedrooms, and they have their dining room and their kitchen. So that's the difference between this, is there's a doorway between the common hallway and all the other rooms that are attached and designed to function together.
So if this is what you would call a typical SRO, the kitchen on the 4th floor would be only accessible to the occupants of the 4th floor. And so they would have their own keyed kitchen.
So I'm not sure if it would be only allowed for the 4th floor, but it would be for everybody on that floor. And because it would be off of a common hallway, and the kitchens in here are not off of a common hallway.
But to be clear, that the residents of those locked rooms would have access to that kitchen versus this has just got a different lock in front of the kitchen. Instead of one kitchen for 20 people, it's one kitchen for 5 people. And that's my question. What's the distinction? Five people per kitchen, 10 people per kitchen, 20 people per kitchen? What's the distinction and where is that in the code?
So what we are saying is we are looking at how the building is designed. We're looking at how the applicant has said what they are proposing to build. And they have told us they are not proposing to build an SRO. And so we are looking at this, and it's designed. There's a doorway, and then there's a unit, and behind that doorway looks like every other rental unit in West Hollywood. There's a kitchen, a living space, and bedrooms, just like every other apartment in West Hollywood.
Okay.
Those individual rooms, in this case, may have locks on them. Of course, in a normal apartment building, they could have locks on them already. We don't know. You could have a roommate situation and everyone decides to put a lock on their door. We don't know about that, but that could certainly happen here. We can get an explanation from the developer about exactly what the lease agreement looks like, but the presumption is the lease is for that room in that unit, and that unit includes their access. They're renting that unit with the ability to sleep in the bedroom, but their ability to use that kitchen common with everybody else in there. So that's why we say that this is akin to a regular apartment building.
So if an applicant were to say that I define this as multi-living instead of co-living, we would somehow then say, no, this is now multi-living, and we're going to come up with an interpretation of our code for multi-living.
Guess I'm not following. I didn't quite follow that.
Well, because the applicant chose to call this co-living instead of an SRO, we are now looking at our code and ignoring our SRO code because it's now
We're not
by the applicant a co-living. If they called it multi-living, what would we do?
So we are not ignoring the SRO provisions of the code. We look at the provisions of the SRO code, and based on the information that we have, this is how we apply it. This is
Okay,
how staff is applying the rules.
so staff and the applicant in the applicant's attorney letter stated that SROs are, quote, the last option before homelessness, but co-living is for the, and I quote, affluent. Is there any income test in the City of West Hollywood code that defines an SRO?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Is there a reason that the code requires a CUP for an SRO? And is that due to the intensification of use and the related operating requirements?
Was a standard that people have in zoning ordinances. I don't remember any specifics as to why that was placed in the zoning ordinance. I can see that
I have,
the attorney has.
Mhm.
well, I wanted to point out one other, I think, important distinction in the definition of SRO that I think is helpful here, because this commission in particular has spent a lot of time talking about what is a dwelling unit and what does it mean for someone to live someplace permanently and be a resident and vote here and bring their things to a unit and really live in a unit for a long period of time. And in that conversation, we identified a 1-year lease requirement is what it means in West Hollywood to live in a unit. And while there may not be an income requirement for an SRO, the code's not specific. SROs are rented on can be rented for as short as a monthly basis. And so there's a much higher turnover. I don't know that any of us can speak to income because I don't think we have any SROs in the city that are income based, but I think it's a much higher turnover, and that could be why there is a CUP requirement, because it's just a different activity than people living in units, in bedrooms, cooking together, having that communal activity in each unit like you have in a traditional apartment, whether they're on separate lease or whether they're 4 roommates on 1 lease. That's a different activity. That's multifamily in dwelling units compared to people who are coming and going every month. It's a different activity.
Thank you. And you brought up an important term that further helps define this, and that is the lease term for a dwelling unit. And 19.36.275 speaks directly to this. And its title is Dwelling Unit Lease Term. So inasmuch as each of these rooms is being leased separately with a separate lease agreement to a separate individual, why is that not a dwelling unit?
Well, I don't think that having an individual, how many people are on the lease isn't indicative of whether or not it's a dwelling unit. There's plenty of apartments where individuals rent their bedrooms. So I think it's more about the time, how long you're staying there, that makes it a dwelling unit.
No, but they're 4 separate leases. They're 4 separate leases, 5 separate leases. So our code refers to a dwelling unit lease term, okay? So if Unit A signs a lease on January 1st for a year, and Unit B signs a lease on February 1st for a year, they are separate leases for separate terms for separate periods. So our code refers to a dwelling unit lease and a dwelling unit lease term. So I'm back to trying to understand that bedroom, that single dwelling unit that is being leased, is now not being called a dwelling unit.
I don't think the city has ever treated a bedroom in an apartment as an individual dwelling unit. Just because there's multiple leases, I don't think that takes it out of, I don't think that converts it into 4 dwelling units. It's still the communal activity that's happening there.
And then also the units, there would be an address for the unit, and the unit is the address. The individual bedrooms, I don't believe, are going to have a separate unit number on it, but we can.
Well, and that is precisely my next question. Thank you. Does each bedroom have a separate mailbox? When I sign my lease, what am I leasing? There is no identification of I'm in bedroom A, B, C, D. In my lease, am I leasing just unit 201? Or am I leasing specifically because I want this bedroom and this configuration, therefore I'm saying I want unit 201D, and that is my lease is for unit 201D, or is the lease for unit 201? And likewise, is my mailing address, Unit 201, and I share a mailbox with all 5 other leaseholders, or are there going to be 73 separate mailboxes?
So typically it's building and safety that works with the developer on the addressing of the project. Since the common hallway has only a certain number of doors off of it, that's where the presumption, the address and the unit numbers are. I don't know if, Adrian, they've identified unit numbers on the plans.
Because
They have
it
not, but there's a
matters as
mailbox.
far as the post office is concerned and my personal mail security is concerned. If my paycheck is coming to a common mailbox with 4 strangers, how is that secured?
So that would be a great question for the applicant.
Okay, and this all gets back to the dwelling unit. And that's why I'm bringing these all up, because this is about the definitions of what we're being asked to approve, which drives everything else we will discuss later on. So in our code, a dwelling unit is intended for 1 household, okay? It's an independent housekeeping unit for 1 household. And a household is the leaseholder. So if we have 4 leaseholders and 5 households, are these bedrooms not dwelling units?
Where does it say the household is the leaseholder?
Well, in the lease language, it talks about households, and then in the dwelling unit, it talks about households. So we're back to households. And I don't see how, 4 random strangers can be realistically considered part of my household.
Well, I mean, people do that today people can just randomly rent and sublease bedrooms in apartments. I mean,
by choice. Yep.
by choice,
All day long.
I certainly have done that in my life where I just, didn't know the other people in the building when I moved into the house, when I moved into it.
Yeah, and that's what Craigslist is for, et cetera. I understand.
There would still be just 1 lease for that household, though.
That's correct.
When you have roommate situations where maybe someone's subleasing their room, you still have 1 lease with the landlord.
Correct. We don't have to answer this permanently today, Commissioner Thomas, but I think it underpins all of the decisions we are being asked to make. So I think it's very important that we start at this point. Go ahead, Commissioner Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. You articulated my concerns verbatim. I was going to say exactly what you had said. The definition of dwelling does in fact say that it's intended for 1 household. And then 19.36.275 is more robust in outlining that the dwelling units are by lease. So it stands to reason that the dwelling unit will be based on the lease. And it seems that we are stating that these pods essentially are households. And unfortunately, our code does not have a definition for household. But if we're stating that individual leaseholders in these 5-bedroom sections can constitute a household, there are going to be additional ramifications because there are things in our code that are specific to a household. So there are things like relocation fees, if that ever becomes necessary, or noticing and other elements. And I'm a renter, and it would make me uncomfortable to know that I would have to negotiate with my neighbors on important issues because now we all constitute a household. So, like Chair Hoopengarner, I just have confusion over why the lease is not specific to a household and how that household is not just that 1-bedroom dwelling.
And I will further add that when we go into affordable housing, and prior to this latest iteration, we had 14 units on these pods that were for low-income housing. And in low-income housing, there is a household income test. And that household income test is for the people that will be on the lease and renting that unit and living in that unit for that household. Okay, so if this original configuration had stayed in place with 4 or 5 affordable bedrooms, okay, each with a separate lease to a separate household with a separate income calculation and definition. So if that would have applied to those bedrooms / units, why is that not the truth for the rest of these?
Well, I want to say one thing, and then I want to make sure that we hear from the applicant and hear from the public before we get into deliberation. This is kind of, it's a little too early to be having deliberation. We need to hear from everybody first. But that model for working out the inclusionary housing didn't work. And that's why it's changed to just be the 3 one-bedroom units, because the inclusionary housing program, as was discussed at the last meeting, doesn't perfectly, isn't set up for this. And so they came up with something different. So maybe we should
But that's the exact
continue
point,
on with
is
questions.
that in order to rent that bedroom, that would be a household with a household income that would be used for the test for the lease to qualify for affordable housing.
But they're not doing that anymore. So
Yes.
I'm not sure that that's the right.
Well, but let's go back to where it was though. It wasn't, they're not doing it anymore, but under that definition, those were 15, 14 separate households with separate leases and different qualifying incomes. So if those were households for affordable housing purposes, why is it not a household and therefore a unit for non-affordable housing purposes?
All I'm saying is it wasn't approved that way.
Appreciate that.
They've changed course because it
doesn't work.
Doesn't quite work that way. So because they're, it's this communal living environment. But why don't we continue on with questions, hear from the applicant.
We can discuss this later, but it does underpin every decision that we're being asked to make this evening. So that's why I wanted us to start here. Were there any other questions for staff at this time before we move into the applicant's presentation? Commissioner Dutta.
Yeah, Adrian, you had one thing you had mentioned was that for the 3 affordable units, that all of them have second doors to the lobby, and I believe that's also written on page 11 of the resolution.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe that unit 101 does not have direct access from the unit into the hallway. You'd have to go outside and then back in. So that's just one thing I had noticed there. And then also on page 12 of the staff report, the 2 delivery spaces that are designated, it also references that they could be guest spaces. And so as far as I know, everywhere else it's mentioned is just delivery spaces. So I wanted to make sure that that's made clear, because I can imagine these deliveries are happening all day long, given, just people ordering things all day long. So that's just one other thing I wanted to mention was it says guest spaces on page 12. So I wanted to see if you could clarify that these are just delivery spaces only, or if they're not, then explain if they are being used for guest spaces, or if that is the intention there as well.
No, as far as I know, they're only going to be used for delivery vehicles.
Okay. And then my last question had to do with on the resolution, section 11.7, it mentions that 51-day visitor passes will be provided annually per unit. And I wanted to see if you could clarify that, because does that mean that all 5 people in a co-living unit are given access to 50 of those passes per year? Or is that each individual person, each individual renter is given 50 of those passes?
It'll be per unit, not per resident within the unit. So within the 5-bedroom units, they get 50 passes for that entire unit. So they have to divvy it up amongst the renters.
Okay, thank you.
So to be clear, if a renter uses all 50 passes in January and you take a lease in May, you will not have access to any parking passes.
If an earlier resident ends up using the allowed threshold, then that unit would not be allowed to receive further passes.
I think this comes back to our mailbox and mailing address question, because what is the address that's going into the city's computer when that person applies?
The address would be for the unit, not for the bedroom. So there'd be 18 units, 18 addresses for this building.
So when I apply for a driver's license, it's 201, not 201A.
Right.
Any other questions of staff at this time? Okay, then let's move on to the applicant's presentation. The applicant will have 10 minutes at this time to present.
Could you
Ms.
do some
Langer.
disclosures? Could you
Oh.
do any disclosures first, please? Thank you.
Yep, we will. Are there any disclosures at this time? Commissioner Dutta.
I did have a Zoom call with the applicant yesterday, and we discussed matters that have been on the staff report.
Thank you. Commissioner Caballero.
I watched the August 5th meeting.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, Commissioner Thomas.
Yes, I met with the applicant and everything we discussed was included in the staff report.
Thank you. All right, with that, then let's move on to the applicant's presentation. They will have 10 minutes at this time.
Thank you, Chair. Can you see the presentation?
Yes.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. Edward Levin, resident of West Hollywood, Levin Morris Architects. With me is my partner, Jorge Norino, Cortland Studio, our landscape architects, Jeff Hunt of Common, and the owners. We listened to your concerns at the last hearing, and we've worked very, very hard with planning and with UDAS to address them. And we've really improved the project. That's why staff is now recommending approval without exceptions. Because you've seen it before, I'm going to concentrate on the changes that we made and some of the issues that are being raised here. Obviously, we're still at the northwest corner of Fountain and Fairfax. We revised our urban plan. Before, we had a 10-foot sidewalk and parkway only on Fountain. Now we're creating a full 10-foot sidewalk and parkway on Fairfax and notching the corner at the ground floor to be able to keep the continuity between in the urban landscape between Fountain and Fairfax. We widened our driveway entry on Fairfax, and on Fountain, we pushed the transformer back. Here's our revised first floor plan. As you said, there was some uncertainty about affordable co-living units. Unlike regular dwelling units, which you can define a household, because there are household income requirements for affordable housing, and because the city did not really know what to do with them, we changed these to 3 conventional affordable 1-bedrooms. Each of them has its own entry port, which is great for the units themselves, and it animates the streetscape. As staff said, we have 15 co-living units with a total of 70 bedrooms and 3 1-bedroom affordables. We also listened to you about the access to the rear yard. We created a gallery for direct access, and directly in line with that, in the lid planter, we added a canopy tree. We increased delivery storage space for the concierge, added a bathroom for the concierge. Bike storage is now directly accessible from the north walkway. You can see it in blue above the elevator. This is the previous co-living unit. By reorienting the stairs, we actually are now able to get a much bigger kitchen and living area. You can also see the built-in furniture storage. And I believe that you've been asking the wrong questions, with all due respect. The question is not, does this meet the definition of an SRO? Because in fact, it doesn't. The question is, does this meet the definition of a dwelling unit? And it does. The individual bedrooms cannot possibly be individual dwelling units. They don't have kitchens, which is the definition of a dwelling unit under our code. They also can't be SROs simply because they're rented for more than a month basis. This is a housing unit. The question is, does it meet the city's definition of a housing unit? And the answer is yes. We don't define what a household is. We take an expansive view of households here. This meets the definition of a housing unit. Anything else is simply an attempt to confuse the matter. Typically, SROs can be directly exited off, accessed off a corridor, and there's a reason for that. In terms of the building code, the egress from the individual bedrooms here is through an intervening unit. That's not how SROs work. There's different fire requirements and different exiting requirements. This meets the definition of a dwelling unit. That's the question. Not could in another lifetime it be interpreted as a series of SROs. We'd have to add kitchen sinks. We'd have to make changes. We have to change the lease. The question is, does it meet the definition of a housing unit? And the answer is yes. The units are fully furnished with all amenities. They're inherently more affordable than typical rentals. Here in West Hollywood, we build low-income units, we build luxury units, but we build nothing in between. Co-living units are that in between. Here's our revised typical floor plan. Again, these are housing units. Our general plan and zoning ordinance anticipates 4 and 5 bedroom units. Check out the parking requirements. It says you need 3 cars typically on a conventional unit for 4 bedrooms or more. We make absolute allowances for 4 and 5 bedroom dwelling units in the zoning ordinance. Here's our 5th floor. Again, it's commons room with a large terrace with photovoltaic shade terraces. There's been no change on this unit other than the stairs and the elevator orientation. Same with the sun deck on the roof. Again, we're shading the mechanical structures with photovoltaic shade structures. We get more on-site power generation and less power use. We worked extensively with staff and UDAS to widen the entry driveway. At the top, we have room for that red car to wait completely clear of the sidewalk, and that is completely clear of the new sidewalk easement while another car exits. We have staging for trash pickup off the street and not interfering with that red car. This is something that's very unusual. We're not staging our trash on Fairfax. The driveway no longer needs a waiver, as staff has told you. Here's our -1 parking plan. We've widened the spaces to improve maneuvering. In the upper left, you can see here we have 2 delivery spaces for off-street delivery. We've widened this ramp to 18 feet between -1 and -2. -2, we widened the spaces. We got rid of all the tandem parking to the extent that we're now able to put storage in here. And we can actually, although we can define the units as units themselves, we want to be able to provide storage for all the residents. So we have storage for all 80 of the bedrooms here, or sorry, excuse me, all 73 of the bedrooms here. We had the revised parking garage analyzed by a qualified expert engineer. Every space can be accessed with a single maneuver without any assistance. The expert report's included in our narrative as Exhibit B. On the left here, you see a delivery space. This is delivery in, this is delivery out. And here's our tightest compact space in and out with a single maneuver. Here's the updated view from the corner. You can see we're squaring the corner only at the 2nd floor. Down here, we've notched it so that the sidewalk seamlessly wraps all the way around from Fairfax to Fountain. You can also see the street level entry porches for the affordable units. They're shaded by the trees in the new parkway. Same materials as before, engineered wood, light plaster at the projections, darker plaster at the middle and the top, black windows and railings, gray trellises, stacked stone, and concrete base. Here's the northeast. Again, you can see the effect of that notched corner for visibility. There's a great deal of visual relief to the sidewalk. As previously, you see no overhead wires here because we're going to be running them underground all the way across Fairfax. Here's the southwest. Again, you can see how those entry porches for the individual affordable units meet the street, softens the building edge at the street.
3 minutes remaining.
Thank you. Here's our updated landscape plan. You can see the new parkway and street trees on both Fountain and Fairfax. The left's our biofiltration planter. You can see the canopy tree here. Even without counting this rear yard, we have more than twice the required open space that we need between the 5th floor terrace and the roof deck. You've received objections recently based on the claim the project isn't compatible with neighborhood under 1946-050. I'm frankly astonished that an attorney is raising an issue that's so utterly irrelevant. This neighborhood compatibility is a relic of our outdated zoning ordinance. Nearly 3 years ago, that's 15 November 2018 meeting of this very commission, as a study item 11B, the city attorney explained to the commission that the Housing Accountability Act, Government Code 65589.5, makes the city's compatibility guidelines unenforceable. Case law is very clear on this. If a project meets the objective standards of the general plan and the zoning ordinance, it cannot be turned down based on subjective policies such as suitability or compatibility. This is clear. We've known for over 3 years that we need to change our zoning ordinance. We haven't done so, but that doesn't mean that you can apply an irrelevant and unenforceable zoning aspect to this project. You cannot. Again, we meet the objective standards of the general plan and the zoning ordinance. We meet the definition of dwelling units. We're requesting waivers for physical accommodation. We spell that out explicitly in our narrative as to the calculations that demonstrate that we're entitled to these waivers. And your staff report confirms this. Concessions are for cost, but it's not about lowering the overall cost of the building. It's about lowering the actual per square foot cost attributable to the affordable units. It's about making the affordable units more affordable to the developer. Your staff report confirms that all of our proposed concessions are justified. So we meet all the requirements here. This is a dwelling, these are dwelling units. They cannot be SROs. They cannot be individual dwelling units of single bedrooms within those units, because that does not meet the definition of a dwelling unit. So we ask you to approve the project as presented, as we've changed. We've worked very hard with staff to make this better and to make it conform completely. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay, are there questions for the applicant at this time? I do have a couple. Back to the question about mailboxes. How many mailboxes will be in this lobby?
At the moment, we're anticipating that there's going to be one mailbox per unit, simply because that's how the post office works. But frankly, that's a discussion we'll need to have with the post office. We may be able to have a mailbox for every bedroom, but that's really a question that the post office is going to answer, not us.
So back to security of an individual's mail, they would be taking the risk of sharing their mail facilities with 4 strangers.
As I said, we would very much prefer to have individual mailbox for every bedroom, but that is going to be up to the postmaster in this area. We don't think it's a problem if they're shared, any more than roommate situations have shared mail delivery. But we'd prefer the other way. But again, that's not within our control. That's going to be up to the postmaster.
Okay. And how will a unit be identified on the lease?
That's not a question that I can answer. I believe that we have Common here, our co-living operator. They were supposed to be, I don't see them on there. I can't see everybody who's on the call. But if Jeff Hunt is available, I'd be happy to have him answer that question. But again, that really doesn't have bearing on whether or not these are dwelling units.
Mr. Hunt?
Yeah, no, I'm happy to answer that. So we use traditional California leases, at least the language within is what we use to draft our leases. It really comes down to what the owner prefers. But the lease, they're called co-occupancy leases, where one resident is essentially responsible for their bedroom, and then a shared portion of their common areas. So it's very common to share a lease with folks. But so to answer your question, each bedroom would have a lease, but it would be what's called a co-occupancy lease. That's for the shared space with their other roommates. And also to speak to the mail issue, we've never had issues with mail. I mean, it's just like Ed said, it's about sharing space with roommates. And you'd have one mailbox, someone gets the mail, and we hope that they're not strangers. These are folks that have been screened, and are interested in living in a situation like co-living as opposed to a small studio. So they're there to make friends. They're there to attend the events and things like that. So the mail has never been an issue for us.
So, but to be clear, the question about the lease was, how is the bedroom that you are leasing identified?
So on your lease, let's say your unit is unit 310. If you're renting bedroom 1, you're on your lease, it would say 310-1. And each bedroom has a square footage. Usually that's how they can be priced differently. So in some cases it would have 310-1 and like a square footage amount or something like that, but not usually. We just usually dash a 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 behind it.
So there is a separate numbering system for the bedrooms.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Where are the housekeeping supplies going to be stored?
Again, we have common storage space in the parking levels, but typically, as was explained last time, maintenance staff comes in and brings their own equipment with them. We now have one common bathroom accessible for the concierge and for staff off the lobby. But
okay. So if it's an outside service, where will that van park?
In one of the delivery spaces.
Okay, and that the frequency of that the cleaning service?
I'll defer to Mr. Hunt on
that. So it depends on the cleaning service, but if we're talking about the rooms, the co-living units are cleaned weekly. I would imagine there's probably on a rotating schedule, a few of those per day. So parking wise, the van would probably be there a few days a week, I would imagine. That's the question.
So the housekeeping van would be taking up the space of the delivery vehicles?
For some portion of the day, some days a week, yes. One of the 2 delivery spaces, yes.
All right. Now, you stated that the affordable housing units each have 2 entries. But as Commissioner Dutta pointed out on the plans, he and I both only see 1 entry.
Yes, you're absolutely right. Unit 101, although we could reconfigure that, it would screw up the kitchen, but we could reconfigure it so that it's an internal connection. As it is right now, it is a covered porch connection, and you have to get directly into the lobby. You have to go outside for 8 feet to the next door. We could reconfigure that, and if you want to condition it to have us do that, we can do it. We think it's a better kitchen arrangement this way, but we have no objection to doing that.
Because if you look at the floor plan on that level, for a person with a walker to enter that unit, they would have to go up that entire ramp across through the lobby, back outside and across the front of the building to get to their front door, correct?
Well, if by across the front of the building, you mean 8 feet across the front of the building, yes. Well, as I said, if that is an issue you would like us to change, to modify that kitchen so that there's a direct door connection, we're happy to do that.
Okay, Commissioner Thomas, did I see your hand? No, okay. Were there any other questions for the applicant? Commissioner Dutta.
Thank you. So with the 3 affordable units, since those have now been changed to be just 1-bedroom units, can you explain kind of the relationship of those units to the whole building and how it will continue to be operated, as with Common as the operator? Will those units be furnished? Will the occupants of those units have full access to everything at the within the property? Will they be included with the programming that might take place in the common spaces? So that'll be my first question. And then Chair Hoopen-Garner, you brought up the issue again about the second door for that unit 101 not going to the lobby. And yeah, I definitely wanted to, I did have a question of whether or not that could be reconfigured, given that looking at the layout, it looks like it potentially could. So you answered that question for me, that we could include that as a condition. Yeah, I think that's it. So sorry to go back. Will the affordable units be furnished, and how will those units be incorporated into the overall property?
Oh, well, thank you. And first of all, I'll just again say we'll be happy to reconfigure that kitchen to be able to have a second door. It's the units will not be furnished. These are just conventional 1-bedroom units, the same as all the other conventional 1-bedroom units in the city's affordable housing program. As to they will otherwise, though, have complete run of the common areas of the building. That's why we're connecting them to the lobby. That's why they have access to everywhere. As far as particular programming, I don't have an answer for that, but we consider them residents of the building and entitled to use any common area or common aspect of the building, as all affordable units do in all of the buildings that we've designed in this city. We don't consider them second-class citizens. In this case, as I said, they have actually very nice units. They have entry porches, they have connections in the interior of the building, and we intend to treat them as residents of the building. But no, the units are not furnished, and they're not subject to the housekeeping services because they're not technically the co-living units. They're administered as the housing department administers all conventional affordable units.
Okay, I'm sorry, I did have a couple more questions for the developer. Is the parking provided for in the lease?
Parking is not bundled with the spaces. Parking will be available.
That's my question. Is, by definition, in the lease, does the leaseholder have access to the parking?
Maybe you'll have to clarify by what you mean by access to the parking.
Are they allowed to park in the building in their lease?
Parking would be a separate fee. I mean, a separate lease fee. It wouldn't be. It could be included with a specific lease, but isn't necessarily included with a specific lease. Parking is unbundled.
And back to staff, where does the city code stand on that unbundling?
So the project provides the required parking based on the number of bedrooms. Actually, in this case, number of units that are using the lower density requirements. But as far as whether or not they assign a parking space per bedroom, it's up to the operator. All we require is that they meet the number of spaces required for the project.
It's not about whether it's assigned parking space. Of the 70 renters, 73 leaseholders, do they all have equal access to whatever parking is available?
They would, but they have to opt into choosing to lease the parking space.
So we're talking about an unbundled parking space with an additional lease fee. And last I knew, the city code hadn't yet addressed that. Is that been achieved?
There's no language that I'm aware of that would prohibit that.
Chair, if I may, when you're talking about parking standards that are 1/2 space per unit, it is physically impossible to bundle spaces with unit.
I'm aware of that. I'm aware of the concept of a half a space. My question is about whether it's a first come, first service. Whoever gets the first 30 spaces gets the first 30 spaces. And if you're person number 31 and you are allowed to park in the building and there's no parking, that's my question. Is it a situation in the lease that says you have a right to park in the building? Yes or no?
I'll have to defer to Jeff Hunt of comment on that as to whether there's a specific right to parking in the lease.
Hey, everybody, Jeff here. So no, there's no specific right in the lease. We manage both traditional and co-living. So in some traditional buildings, we'll assign a spot to a traditional unit, but in co-living, what we'll try to do is we'll assign a spot per unit. So, you know, it would be 1 for 5 bedrooms. And then at that point, it's first come, first serve. So we do try to assign one spot for each co-living unit that whoever, you know, comes first gets it. And then after that, it's, you know, essentially first come, first serve basis.
Okay. And one last question on page A0.63A. And I believe, Mr. Levin, you had a version of this in your presentation. You specify the furniture that will be in these units. Are you prepared for that to be a condition of the project, that this is the furniture or it's equal or better?
That specific manufacturer?
Or equal or better?
No, we're not prepared to do that. I don't believe. I'm not prepared to commit to that at the moment, for the simple reason that generally speaking, we don't deal with that at the planning level as to what manufacturer or better we are providing for furniture. That would be.
Well, that's a specific part of the specifications on this proposal, that it is a furnished unit.
Yes, that it's a furnished unit. And we absolutely will accept the condition that it be a furnished unit. Will we commit to a specific manufacturer or better? I could not make that commitment at this point.
Okay, that's my questions. If Commissioner Vinson?
Thank you, Chair. I have a few questions. One of them, and I know the chair already commented on this, but where would the concierge park?
We have not addressed that question. It's entirely possible. Again, that's an operational question. It's entirely possible that we can assign one of the parking spaces to the concierge. There will be a 24-hour concierge. So there'll always be a concierge in the building. Again, we are providing spaces well in excess of the requirement, so we could take one of the available spaces and assign that to the concierge. But to be completely honest, we hadn't addressed that question.
And do you still plan to have a parking attendant? I know that you had planned that in the previous design.
We don't have a parking attendant. What the condition says, and what our transportation consultant has told us is they've modeled all the spaces and there's no need for one. What we originally proposed was that there be either a parking attendant or the concierge to act as a parking attendant upon request if anyone needed assistance either getting into their space from the drive aisle or out of their space into the drive aisle. And that's in your resolution as condition 9.13, and we're perfectly fine with that. But that's upon request. It's not really a valet parking situation.
Okay, so I'm just trying to get a count of how much staff will be on site on a regular basis. So we have cleaning crew a few days a week for at least a half a day. And we also have a 24-hour concierge, that both of which need places to park, correct? Is there any other staff in the building a maintenance staff that will need also to park?
No, and again, as I said, the concierge and does the parking assistance. As to whether the van is there for a half day, I honestly don't know how long it takes to clean these units or what the schedule will be. I'm not prepared to say, oh yes, that'll be a half day or it'll be X number of days. I honestly don't know. But there will not be other permanent staff than the concierge.
Okay, and then for the 2 spaces that are for delivery vehicles, how will someone approaching this building who's never been to this building before know that there's 2 spaces in the garage below for deliveries?
That'll be handled by signage, the same sort of signage that we need for the red light, green light system. There will be a number there to be able to call the concierge, who will then make arrangements to open the gate and let someone in. Frankly, in a lot of these situations, certainly in my situation here about 6 blocks away, some delivery people are new, they've never been here, but a lot of it's the same people over and over and over again. They know the drill, but there will be a number at that. If you recall, there was a place where a car could stop and wait for another one to go past. At that point, there are directions as to how to use the light system. There will also be a number prominently displayed to be able to call the concierge for delivery assistance.
Okay, and then as far as UPS, FedEx, Amazon, big truck vehicles that can't fit in the garage, where would they pull? Where would they stop to deliver packages without blocking traffic and people from making a right turn onto Fountain?
Well, they can't stop in the last 2 car lanes of the turn pocket itself, because that's a fire hydrant with a red curb. So they will stop short of that and make their deliveries and go, because as you quite properly say, there's not a garage in town that can accommodate an Amazon Prime van. They're too tall.
Right, so with the picture you have up right now, you're saying,
There's
to the right of that tree.
There's a red curb here, and there's a white curb here.
Okay. Wouldn't that block people from leaving the garage, from making a right onto Fairfax? And wouldn't that also block people from traveling south on Fairfax from making a right onto Fountain?
No. Right now, that is currently a parking lane. There is currently a parking space right about here. So the turn pocket is frankly here, and we're actually discussing a right turn. So the only real issue is making a right turn on red, because otherwise we're talking about normal traffic flow. This is no different than any other situation. If you go about 5 blocks east on Crescent Heights, right in front of IAJC, there's actually parking spaces up until about this point, and the turn pocket is practically only about 2 vehicles. I've lived 6 blocks away from here for the last 35 years. I've gone through this intersection every which way several thousand times, and this is no different as a right turn pocket than the right turn pocket going south on Crescent Heights, whether there's a truck parked there or not.
Okay, so I get that you say there's some streets that don't have turn pockets. What about the people leaving the driveway?
If there is no truck will be allowed to block the driveway. We still maintain a visibility triangle here. If there is a truck parked here, then someone will have to be careful to get around it to merge into incoming traffic. But that would be the case with any normal parking meter at that situation. My driveway opens right out onto Fountain. It's a narrow driveway. There's a parking space immediately to the right of us. And if somebody's parked there, particularly if there's a truck parked there, then we have to be pretty careful going out around the corner. This is not an unusual situation.
Yeah, so this is a very busy intersection. But okay, that's all my questions.
Thank you.
Commissioner Thomas?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just had one question. With 73 bedrooms, what is the maximum number of tenants you expect to have in the building?
Well, the leases for the co-living units are one person per bedroom.
Okay, thank you.
In the one bedroom affordable units, I don't think the city has any particular restrictions. So, and I know that our average household is 1.8 persons here. I don't know if there are any restrictions. So I couldn't say how many will be in the affordable units.
So you anticipate basically 73 to about 78 people in the building total?
If that would be more than two people in each one bedroom affordable unit, possibly.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, if there's no further questions for the applicant, then we will move on to public comment. Each commenter would please state your name and your city of residence. And David, it's your show.
Thank you, Chair. We do have several people that have provided public speaker comment forms. Before we get to them, I do have one I need to read you the record that came in after our deadline. If there is anybody on the platform that is listening to us that did not give me a speaker form that would like to speak, please hit *9 from your device. That will let me know that you would like to speak on this item, and we'll give you, I believe, Chair, you said 2 minutes or 3 minutes?
Let's do 2 minutes.
And we'll give you 2 minutes to voice your concerns. The first one, I'll just read this. It's very quick. I received a comment from Larry Boring, West Hollywood resident, after the deadline, and he just simply stated development at Fairfax and Fountain. There are too many accidents at this intersection for the project of this size. I also received a 4-page letter from Kathy Gura after our deadline, after 6 p.m. This will not be posted online. I cannot read it into the record. It will go into the permanent file. If this project somehow moves to an appeal process, it will be part of that record. Okay, our first public speaker tonight.
Sorry, David, to interrupt, and my bad, I didn't read my own notes. That there were a significant number of letters and other submissions made after the staff report was prepared. And David has uploaded all of those to the website. I think there's at least 4 or 5 separate packages of letters and comments. So for the public to know that that's available for download and review, should you so desire. Thank you, David.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Our first public speaker will be, let's see, Dawn Swiderski, followed by Kathy Gura. Dawn, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. Just please state your name and city of residence. And Dawn, you can hit *6.
Hello.
There you go. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. All right, good evening, everyone. Thank you. My name is Dawn Swiderski, and I'm a resident of West Hollywood. And I live in a building overlooking the proposed development site. One thing that's being overlooked in all these conversations is that this project isn't only about housing. In the developer's own words, as stated on his website, and I quote, "Our primary focus is to create exciting, high-yield opportunities that serve to benefit our investors and the future," unquote. Unfortunately, those investor opportunities are based on cramming the maximum number of residents into the minimum allowable space. The addition of a few affordable housing units does not change the fact that this proposed design creates more problems than it solves. In addition, this problem sets a very troubling precedent for future development. The residents of West Hollywood deserve a better model for a first co-housing project, not one designed to the lowest legal standards. I'm requesting that the Commission does not approve this poorly conceived project. Our neighborhood and city will be suffering with the consequences for at least a generation or longer. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Dawn. Our next speaker will be Kathy Gura. Kathy, you'll have 2 minutes. Please state your name and city of residence. You may go ahead.
Hi, my name is Kathy Gura. I live in West Hollywood. I live directly north of the project on Fairfax Avenue. And I'd like to voice my concern over the fact that no environmental impact study is being done. And I find it fascinating that the developer's proposal had been analyzed by staff, and it was, quote, determined the project does not have a significant effect on the environment, unquote. Therefore, no CEQA is needed. And we're talking about the California Environmental Quality Act report. And I and most of my neighbors can tell you that many detrimental effects with this project would have on the environment. Developers want an oversized building, ultra-dense living conditions, with too little garage parking on a street that already has too much traffic and not enough street parking to house their habitation experiment, a hybrid form of tenancy untested in West Hollywood, based on a slippery club membership model and not necessarily on a traditional lease. The lot size and location at the corner does not present enough curb, and their driveway runs right next to the driveway at 1311 North Fairfax, where we all can only turn right into the same lane, a very unsafe condition. And note that on their picture, on Mr. Levin's picture, it does not show the driveway directly to the north. This is not a traditional apartment. Rather, it is a corporate patchwork of Airbnb, youth hostel, SRO, Club Med, college dorm, all stitched together with definitions and interpretations all bent and twisted of WeHo code that hasn't even been written to cover this yet. It's the first of its kind. Therefore, we as the neighbors demand the city provide a CEQA. And furthermore, we are entitled to have a California Environmental Quality Act report. Thank you respectfully.
Thank you, Kathy. Our next speaker will be John Murdoch. John will be followed by Jaime Del Rio. John, go ahead. You have 2 minutes to speak. State your name and city of residence, please.
Thank you. Yes, my name is John Murdoch. I am an attorney. My residence and office is in Santa Monica. I represent the two property owners adjacent to the parcel, Jerry Patashkin on the parcel to the north and Nick Hoopenginger on the parcel to the west. Their letters are in the file. I've sent you 3 letters, but what I want to focus on is the concept of this being an SRO. I think that it's very clear from your code, this is an SRO, and the question was batted around, why does the SRO require a CUP? And nobody at staff came up with an answer. The answer is very clear, because an SRO is not like a typical multifamily housing apartment. It's got its own impacts, and the number of units in an SRO building is much greater, much more dense than in an apartment building. Obviously, it's much more akin to a hotel. So when you're placing a hotel or an SRO in a residential zone, you need a CUP in order to examine what the impacts are, hear from the residents, and do all the necessary mitigations. And speaking of mitigations, it's clear from CEQA case law, you cannot apply an exemption to a project when you're mitigating the impacts. And that's exactly what's happened here. At your last hearing, you came up with numerous issues that had to be mitigated. So the applicant went back with staff and they worked up something that they claim now mitigates those impacts, but you cannot use an exemption. All right, finally, I wanted you to see that my last letter involved an appellate court case that said you cannot rely on a city threshold of traffic when you have adverse impacts identified by the residents of the street itself. The threshold is not binding. CEQA requires review when you have evidence, and I've seen many letters already in the file from residents saying that the traffic on Fairfax and Fountain is already out of control and the intersection is dangerous. You do need to do a CEQA review. You haven't even done an initial study. So for those 2 reasons, the SRO and the CEQA,
thank you. Your time has expired.
That you really have to, thank you. Please deny the project.
Thank you, Mr. Murdoch. Our next speaker will be Jaime Del Rio, followed by Leslie O'Toole. Jaime, go ahead. You have 2 minutes to speak. State your name and city of residence, please.
Yes, thank you. My name is Jaime Del Rio. I do not live in West Hollywood. However, I commute to West Hollywood all the time. And a few weeks ago, Abundant Housing LA submitted a letter of support of a co-living project to be built. I urge the Planning Commission to support this project and to move forward in approving it. As a young professional, this project speaks to me. And it's a good example of creative housing options for someone like me and anyone interested in living on a commuter co-living housing. Please support this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Jaime. Our next speaker is Leslie O'Toole, followed by Lynn Russell. Leslie, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. Please state your name and city of residence for us. Leslie, you can *6 from your device. Okay, Lynn Russell. Lynn, you can go ahead. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You'll be followed by Sherry Bonstell.
Good evening. Lynn Russell, West Hollywood. Good evening, Chair Hubin Gardner and fellow commissioners. When the concept of residential guidelines governing neighborhood compatibility became an essential part of West Hollywood Code, Susan Healy Keene was the community developer. In 2011, I had an opportunity to test its viability by filing an appeal based on violations of the General Development Standards and also multifamily housing, which I've articulated in documents sent to you for review. The outcome was a unanimous vote granting the appeal, which becomes precedent in this issue. The concise appeal documents were submitted early today for your review. This evening, the Commission is faced with a similar set of circumstances in this project. Even if the state is forcing waivers due to the Housing Accountability Act, often quoted by Mr. Levin, the applicant suggested that the city attorney felt that our neighborhood compatibility ordinance was unenforceable, but it has never been tested. An SRO in an R4 zone requires a CUP. That is fact. There must also be a sequel review, which is more specifically discussed by John Murdoch in his letters to the Commission. This project must be in compliance with all the current West Hollywood Code provisions. There's a realistic opportunity for the northwest corner of this main intersection to complement the historic structures of the Methodist Church on the southeast and St. Ambrose on the southwest. This is not happening. The Commission is requested to reject this unvetted, convoluted, formulaic concept married to an equally formulaic design convenient for the applicant to replicate, but neither attractive, appropriate, or convenient for the immediate neighborhood, while introducing potentially dangerous, insurmountable traffic issues at a main intersection.
Lynn, your time is expired.
Which cannot be mitigated. Please use the precedent and reject this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lynn. Our next speaker will be Sherry Bonstell, followed by Leslie O'Toole. Sherry, go ahead. You have 2 minutes. Please state your name and city of residence, please. Go ahead, Sherry. Okay, let's go into Leslie. We'll go to you. Leslie, go ahead and unmute, *6.
Hello, sorry about earlier. Hi everyone, my name's Leslie O'Toole Roque. I live in the city of LA and Spalding Square, 30 seconds walk from this site. I've lived here for 28 years on Laurel, Hayworth and Orange Grove, always between Sunset and Fountain. What's changed? Our safety is what's changed. There are too many people in this area, too many cars and non-stop accidents at Fountain and Fairfax. and Orange Grove and Fountain, where I live, at least once a month. The City of West Hollywood's own records bear this out because it's your paramedics attending the scene all the time. Indeed, a recent City of West Hollywood study recommended a crosswalk at this intersection to slow traffic on the Fountain Freeway as it speeds towards the Fountain Fairfax intersection. All of our streets between Sunset and Fountain are used as cut-through routes. All of us are used to the parts and parcels of city living like traffic noise. You expect it and are used to it in an area like ours. In October, a driver, I presume drunk, hit the lamppost at Orange Grove and Fountain, turning his SUV on its side and sending the lamppost into the rental building. It was saved by a tree saved lives. Where are these sites trees? Did you worry about them or the asbestos in these buildings slated for demo? This development will sound a death knell for this area, likely literally. The applicants want to drop another 80 people into this incredibly tight corner, providing parking for less than half of them. Has anyone seen a bus on Fairfax lately? There don't seem to be many, probably because ridership on public transport is plummeting and has been since before we'd heard of COVID. Have any of you dropped by this intersection at any time of the day? It's most hellacious at rush hour, but I echo your commissioner who wondered, where will the Lyfts and the Uber Eats and the Amazons and the USPS truck drivers park? Oh, right, in the staging area. Oh, where the red car.
20 seconds.
Where will the scooters and bikes park on the sidewalks, which are already too small to be ADA compliant? What time will the roof decks close? Will there be music? Will people be allowed to bring guests? How many friends can they bring? Where will they and their cars and scooters park and double park? And you didn't even consider where the parking attendant would park, and you speak of the people in your affordable units as second-class citizens. Your own representative just said, we consider them residents of this building. We don't consider them second-class citizens, but you are speaking of them as second-class citizens. They would be residents of this building. I ask you to oppose this project. It's too big, too wrong, and it's a benefit to nobody.
Thank you, Sherry. Our next speaker, Leslie O'Toole, if you're on, go ahead. You'll have 2 minutes.
I am Leslie O'Toole. You've had me. Hi, sorry, are you still not hearing me?
Yes, Leslie, go ahead.
Oh, okay.
You have 2 minutes. You have 2 minutes to speak. Tell us your name and city residence, please.
Thank you. I'm Leslie O'Toole Roque. I live in Spalding Square in the city of LA. I'm feet for this intersection at Orange Grove and Fairfax. I've lived here for 28 years on Laurel, Hayworth, and Orange Grove, always between Sunset and Fountain. The only thing that's changed in this area is the traffic and the safety and the
I'm sorry,
crime.
Leslie, I believe.
Oh wait, Leslie, you've already spoken. That's what
I thought.
I thought you were. I thought you were Sherry.
This is Sherry Bonsdale.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Leslie. Sherry, go ahead. You have 2 minutes to speak. Please state your name and city residence.
This is Sherry Bonsdale. Good evening, commissioners. I am from Jeffer Mangles and I represent the applicant, and I submitted a letter to the Planning Commission. I have 2 key points based on the discussion. First, the project clearly meets the definition of dwelling units. The one household requirement does not limit the tenants to family or related individuals. This is distinctly different than the way the households are defined in the state affordable housing qualifications. Although some cities have historically provided restrictive policies, typically based on religious doctrine, that keep 2 unrelated people from living in the same unit or house, the city of West Hollywood has always embraced a more expansive definition of households and permitted any tenants that agree to live together in the same unit to be considered a household. It allowed for alternative definition of families, to allow friends to live together, and to allow strangers, part of a larger community, to live together. Here, the tenants will choose to live in a multi-bedroom unit because they want this type of community and household. In addition, the municipal code permits units to have 2, 3, 4, or 5 bedrooms in the code. This project includes separate units with bedrooms. Each tenant lives in a specific unit and only has access to that specific unit. And the tenants in each unit will create a household because they share the unit kitchen and living room, and they will share their time in the unit. Second, as mentioned in the staff report, state law provides specific standards for review and approval of housing and density bonus project. The Housing Accountability Act requires the city to approve residential development that complies with zoning and general plan unless there's a specific adverse impact on public health and safety and no feasible alternatives. And it's based on objective, written, identified public health and safety standards. These standards, receipt of density bonus project waivers and concessions does not constitute inconsistency with general plan and zoning. And to be clear, 4 and 5 bedroom units are permitted in the zoning code and in this particular zone, and therefore comply with the zoning code and general plan. Therefore, in order to deny or reduce the density of the project.
Thank you. Your time has expired.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Stephanie Harker. Stephanie, you'll be followed by the person calling in with the last 4 digits of 1304. 1304 will be the next step. Stephanie, go ahead. You'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you, David. Stephanie Harker, City of West Hollywood. I agree with Commissioner Vincent about the delivery trucks. The same situation was considered, and I believe it passed, unfortunately, with the assisted living project with far fewer residents on Palm Avenue, while it's a narrow street. But most people these days, especially post-COVID, are having everything delivered. And for all of us to believe that there won't be an issue at that corner with delivery trucks being able to pull over, being double parked, there's no telling what time of day they come and go, it really will be an issue. And I feel that the parking has not been considered carefully enough on this project. It would also mean that half the people in the building would not have a car. This is Southern California. That's stretching the point. The other issue with it being on a transit corridor, that's quite a hike up to Sunset or down to Santa Monica Boulevard, and you have to schlep your groceries. So most people do have a car. It's going to be very difficult. I'm also surprised that the parking would be an extra fee, because this is kind of being touted as a way that's affordable for people to live. So again, something has to be done for delivery space, or this should not go through as planned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stephanie. Our next speaker is with the phone number ending in 1304. You can go ahead, *6. You have 2 minutes to speak. Please state your name and city of residence.
Yes, my name is Nicole Castellanos, and I live in West Hollywood. I'm right in between Fountain and Santa Monica, so this will definitely greatly impact me. Our area is congested enough. I just feel like you don't care about the people who actually live here. You just care about the potential money you will get from people who don't even live there yet. My boyfriend's son goes to the West Hollywood Prep on Crescent, and we walk him to school using Fountain. We already are weary when we walk with him. And I just feel like you're not taking into consideration children who go to school nearby or people who go to church on Sundays. And you just got done with the fits on Fairfax, which greatly impacted my parking for quite some time. And then the other project on Norton, which also impacted my parking. And I just can't keep having this impact on parking. But not only that, truly, I do think that we need to think more about the residents and children and people in this area. There's enough empty apartments in West Hollywood, and we need to stop Manhattanizing Los Angeles. And I just feel like this is just trying to exploit that California technically has a housing crisis. So I just feel like this isn't genuine, and it's going to cause more problems than it needs to. The end.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. And we have our last caller I'm showing is a call-in user. You can go ahead and unmute yourself. You have 2 minutes. If there is anybody on the platform I have missed, please *9 from your device.
Hi, can you hear me?
Go ahead. Yes, we can.
Hi,
go ahead.
My name is Valerie. I live in the city of LA, right on the other side of Fairfax. I walk this area every day. Everything that people are saying about absolute gridlock danger at this intersection is true. But based on the conversation that I've heard, and thank you everybody for this, a very good conversation, I'm wondering, I did not hear anything about how pets would be accommodated. So if folks move in that have a dog, a cat, or another pet, of course, if it's a service animal, they'd have to be there. But I didn't hear anything. I mean, 75 bedrooms or something, that could be a lot of pets. And I'm wondering how that will be, they will be accommodated, or will they be left in their room, or how that works. And then regarding the parking, I did hear them say it's first come, first serve. But what if you have a disabled person then that moves in and the parking's taken up and they do require a parking space? Is that kind of, you're out of luck, you can't live here, or would a parking space be taken away from somebody else that's there? That's a question, another question. I did hear the co-living coordinator person say that folks want to live there because they're to live with unrelated or different people, and the events. What events would these be? Are they for residents only? And is there a cutoff time for the roof? I think it's pretty common knowledge in the city of West Hollywood and LA that any open air rooftop, that noise is really loud, and especially at nighttime. You know, is there going to be music or, you know, parties amplified? That can get really late. And then one last question that I did not hear or read in any of the packet. What is the proposed amount of rent to be charged, or the additional parking fee that you would pay in the unbundled portion for your rent, in addition to rent? Thank you very much. It's a very good discussion.
Thank you, ma'am.
Project for this location. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last speaker is Kathy Blavis. Kathy, you can go ahead and unmute, and you have 2 minutes to speak. If there is anyone else left that would like to speak, *9 for me, please. Go ahead, Kathy.
Thank you, David. Kathy Blavis, City of West Hollywood. First of all, I understand that there's a need for this type of living concept in West Hollywood. And I understand that there's a need for affordable in the sense of middle class people. What I don't understand is just because all of these issues that have been brought up have been answered by the applicant doesn't mean you should build something this large in this location. Especially since living in the area, one would know what a traffic nightmare that is. So I go back to the concept of just because you can, do you have to? The other issue was brought up by the previous caller, was about the disabled and disabled parking and how that's going to be accommodated. Again, I understand that there are people who would, you know, jump at the chance to live in this type of a living concept, but I just think this is a very ill-conceived corner for this. There's other areas of the city where this would fit in better. Yes, there's traffic everywhere, there's parking difficulties everywhere, but I just think this is too big, too loud, too much for that corner. Thank you very much, and I thank the Planning Commission for all the attention of detail that they're putting into this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. And Chair, that is our last public speaker.
At this time, the applicant has 5 minutes for rebuttal.
Thank you, Chair. Again, Edward Levin, resident of West Hollywood. Couple of things that I would like to say. First, though, I really want to take a minute to thank Adrian Gallo and Rick Abramson, particularly for working with us on this project. Also, Jennifer Alkire and John Kehoe, as well as Hani Dimitri, the city engineer. California doesn't technically have a housing crisis. California is a very real housing crisis. And as far as the size of a building on this site, this is the same size as a conventional apartment building. If we were doing an 18-unit building with 2 and 3 bedroom apartments, it'd be the same size. If we had 3-bedroom units and they could easily accommodate a family of 4 or 5, same as our 4 or 5 bedroom units do. So talking about the size of this building is a red herring. This is the size of a housing project that's allowed on this site. In this case, we're sort of hearing people speaking out of both sides of their mouth. There aren't enough cars for the residents, but there's too much traffic. This meets the standards. The traffic impacts of the project are well below the city's threshold for CEQA study and for Class 32 exemption. There's no question about that. Staff analyzed that. We have thresholds. This meets the threshold. As far as it perfectly fits the definition of dwelling units. The question is not, in some other lifetime, could it meet the definition of an SRO? In fact, it could not. As designed, it does not meet the definition of SRO, but again, that's not the question. The question is, does it meet the definition of dwelling units? And the answer is absolutely. It completely meets the definition of dwelling units in the West Hollywood zoning ordinance. Neighborhood compatibility, again, with all due respect to Ms. Russell, it's never been tested. There is very clear case law that the Housing Accountability Act does not allow jurisdictions to say, we don't like the design, we don't think it's compatible, we don't think it's suitable for this location. That is a violation of law. It's perfectly clear. Again, the state sets thresholds for waivers and for concessions. The state sets allowable density based on bonusing the density that the city itself generally allows. This meets our general plan. This meets the zoning ordinance, all the objective requirements of those. And so therefore, our waivers and concessions are fully justified as staff suggested. We all have issues with delivery. I live on Harper. An Amazon Prime truck, or frankly, even the garbage pickup from Athens blocks the entire street several times a week, several times a day. That's not going to happen on Fairfax. You're not going to have a delivery truck that blocks all of Fairfax. So in some sense, this is actually less of a problem than where I've lived for the last 35 years, 6 blocks away. But this is a problem that we all face. This is a problem that any housing project faces. This is the nature of urban life, and it is the nature of West Hollywood. And there is not any way to get around that or to deny a project based on the fact that we don't like the fact that Amazon makes a lot of deliveries. This meets the requirement. It meets the objective standards. It is a co-living project, but it is the same size as any other project. And as was pointed out before, our zoning ordinance already anticipates 4 and 5 bedroom projects. We don't see them a lot, 4 and 5 bedroom units. We don't tend to see them a lot, but you're going to start to see more and more of them as we start looking at co-living and other alternative living arrangements, as you've anticipated in the housing element, and as you guys are going to be studying for the next several years. So with that, we respectfully ask that you approve the project, and we thank you for your consideration.
Okay, are there any further questions of the applicant at this time or staff? I do have a couple of questions. I have actually one question for a member of the public who spoke that also submitted an additional letter today. I would like to get clarification from that speaker as well as from our city attorney about this case law regarding the threshold of significance on CEQA and the fact that according to this information that the public statement as to the significance of additional traffic did qualify for a CEQA study. So Mr. Murdoch, are you there? Can you spend exactly 2 minutes clarifying this submission in your letter? And then could I have Ms. Langer speak to that?
Yes, thank you. I am John Murdoch, and I did submit that letter. I'm sorry it was so late. I represented the plaintiff in that case. The case is Mejia versus the City of Los Angeles. And in that case, there was a street which was being threatened with a large development. And the residents all testified at the city or sent in letters about the traffic conditions on that street, which were pretty horrible. Not as bad as Fairfax, but it was a smaller street, I grant you. It's in a rural area. However, the LA City Department of Transportation said, well, this doesn't meet our threshold. We don't need to do an environmental impact report. We've done a mitigated negative declaration. Everything is fine. So that case went to court. And as I said in my letter, and I quoted the court opinion, the court said a threshold is a useful guideline, but it's not binding. When you have evidence submitted by people who live in the neighborhood, who know what the traffic conditions are, that should be taken into account and studied. And in this case, you're being told by staff that this project is exempt. Well, clearly, even under the exemption, the Class 32 exemption, one of the exceptions is if there's an adverse traffic impact, then you don't get the exemption, period. I mean, not even considering the fact that if it doesn't meet all the city's regulations, you don't get the exemption. So I think that you're just walking into a trap here, and the issue will be in court, was this project really exempt? Well, no, it's not exempt because there are traffic impacts as attested by the people who live on the street. I mean, that case will be cited as precedent, and I'm not sure that the city is going to be able to distinguish it away.
Thank you, Mr. Murdoch. Ms. Langer.
Thank you. I can speak to that also, and you may want to ask the applicant also if they can have 2 minutes to speak on that as well, since you're inviting comment from others after the end of the public comment. But I want to say a couple things about CEQA. The first thing I want to say is that I understand and appreciate the information and the case that Mr. Murdoch is referring to. One thing that's different now is that the entire concept of traffic analysis under CEQA has shifted, and it's now looking at a VMT model. So the threshold is not about congestion or delay or number of cars on the street. It's a VMT model. And so under that determination, this project provides housing near transit, and therefore there isn't a traffic impact because this is exactly the type of use that the state is encouraging and wants when it shifted from an LOS and a delay and a congestion model over to VMT. So I don't know if there's anyone else from the traffic department that can speak to that better, but the whole concept of what is studied under CEQA for traffic is different now than back in 2005 when this case came down. The second thing I'll say is that the city's traffic engineer, when the project came before the commission a month ago, there was parking configurations and the garage was different. And staff said, well, we don't support the density bonus waiver because we think it creates a problem. And those problems have been addressed by a completely different driveway layout, parking layout. The whole garage has just been redesigned, and the city's traffic engineer has looked at it and determined that it's safe, in their opinion. So there is, and last month when
to be clear, that's about the parking safety and not about traffic.
Understood, but Mr. Murdoch's, I think, concern is, as I understand it, I can't speak for him, sort of wanting the city to look at all these issues. And so the traffic engineer has looked at the safety impact. The third thing I want to say is that under Public Resources Code 21099, when you're in a transit priority area, parking and aesthetics are categorically not environmental impacts. So we're looking at a housing use that's close to transit, and so this is the type of project that that the state wants to see is putting housing near transit. And for that reason, parking and aesthetics aren't significant impacts under CEQA, and the whole VMT model has shifted. And then lastly, yes, we've heard concerns about congestion and difficulty with traffic in the area, but I'm not sure that anyone has submitted any substantial evidence of a fair argument that there is some sort of impact in this area. And so that is what staff is using to rely on to support the exemption for this project.
Thank you. And I will give the applicant 2 minutes to speak to the traffic component of this conversation as outlined in the court opinion as cited in the Mejia versus City of Los Angeles.
Chair, I'm going to ask that Sherry Bonstell, our attorney, reconnect. As long as we're having attorneys speak, I would be much more comfortable having her speak to this. I'll ask her to sort of dial back in if she has not already.
This is Sherry Bonstell. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So first, with the case that was cited, and Mr. Murdoch did state this in his letter, in that case, there was a mitigated negative deck that was the CEQA review document. And there's a very different standard. It's called the fair argument standard that's used to review mitigated negative decks. If you're reviewing an EIR or a CEQA exemption, you use the substantial evidence standard. So under a mitigated negative deck, if there's a fair argument, if you provide any evidence at all, if somebody comes off the street and said, I heard a noise, there's a noise impact, the judge has to consider that and determine whether or not there's a fair argument that there might be a noise impact. So it's a very, very low standard. So because of that, in that particular case where there was a very, very low standard, they allowed the neighbors thinking that there was a traffic impact based on seeing a lot of traffic and being really annoyed to be something that would then trigger potentially having to do, an environmental impact report for that particular project. If you're doing a CEQA exemption, and if you qualify for a CEQA exemption and you go to court, there's a substantial evidence standard. And it means that in order to overturn the CEQA exemption, the court has to have substantial evidence in the record proving that there was actually a traffic impact if the CEQA exemption found that there wasn't one. So it's a very different court standard, and the same evidence would not get in under a CEQA exemption. So what the other point that Mr. Murdoch was making is that you can have an exception to an exemption if you actually have a significant impact. So if there was substantial evidence in the record that there was actually a huge traffic impact, then we would have to no longer have a CEQA exemption. We don't have that substantial evidence in the record. Our project is near transit. It's the type of project that state law wants to have near transit. And in our evaluation, we have determined that there is no significant traffic impact that would take it out of a CEQA exemption. Yes, it's a really busy intersection, but because we no longer use LOS, we don't consider how congested a particular intersection is. We consider, do we have housing located near transit, and do we have housing located near jobs? And when you do that evaluation, you come up with a very different analysis than you did in the case that was cited by Mr. Murdoch. In this particular in this particular project, there's no substantial evidence that proves on this very busy street that we will have a traffic impact by adding these particular units. Thank you.
Thank you. Were there any other questions at this time? Okay, with that, I'd like to grant us a 5-minute intermission. It's 8:33. Let's make it an 8-minute intermission and come back at 8:40. 8:40. And with that, sorry. Go ahead.
I just want to note for the record that the public hearing is still open, so I'll just advise the commissioners not to talk amongst each other or with any members of the public during the break.
Thank you. So with that, we will stand not adjourned, but in recess until 8:40. Okay, David, do we have all of our peoples?
I can get all commissioners online. I think we're good to go, Chair.
Excellent. With that, I will call this meeting back to order. It is 8:41 p.m. I would like to begin with any additional questions commissioners have before we move into deliberations. Commissioner Vincent.
Yeah, it mentions vehicle size in let's see, I lost it, but in one of the waivers of limitation on the vehicle size that can park in the subterranean garage. How is that decided? What is that vehicle size and how is that decided? Do we have an example of that?
And how is it enforced?
It's actually in concession 3.
Yeah, it's made as part of a condition, and currently it reads condition 913. Limits the size of the vehicle to 201 inches or 16 feet and 9 inches. And this is monitored by the lease agreement. So when they lease a space, and they'll have to indicate what kind of car they have to see if it fulfills the requirement of the limitation for use in the garage.
And you'll have to excuse me, I can't picture which vehicles would fit within that parameter. Would that be like, like a Highlander, a Suburban? Those are considered like too large, or what are we talking here?
I don't know the standard size for a Suburban, but I would say that would exceed the limitation for the cap on the size of the garage. But I think Ed may be able to speak a little more on the size of vehicles if you wanted to ask him.
As in Mr. Levin?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Would you like me to speak on that?
Yes, please.
Could you just speak to the exact, what vehicles would qualify and which vehicles wouldn't?
201 inches is approximately the size of an E-Class Mercedes 4-door sedan, or a 5 Series BMW, or the garage was modeled with a Ford Explorer. So it'll fit moderate sized SUVs. Suburban would not qualify. It's much too big. Escalade, those would not be permitted in there. But as I said, it's roughly the size of a full size 4-door sedan, but not the biggest of the 4-door sedans, or the biggest.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So you said that was 200 and how many inches? 201 inches.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
16 feet, 9 inches.
And 180 inches for compact space. But that speaks to, this speaks to assigning vehicles to a compact space. But in our earlier discussion, we were told that there will be no assignments of vehicles to spaces. So how does that work here?
Depending upon the vehicle. Sorry, go ahead, Ed.
Vehicles will be assigned to spaces. And if you read that provision in there, what it says, and that's 9.13, and I believe it's 9.13B. I don't have the reso in front of me.
It is.
The limitation of sizes says that at such time as I'm sorry?
At this time, my question was to staff.
Oh.
Thank you.
So the space would be assigned based on the car that's tied to the tenant, and depending upon the size, and if they wanted a parking space within the garage, that would be worked out with common as far as which space there will be assigned for parking.
Okay, maybe I misunderstood our earlier conversation and that there would be no assigned parking.
Well, assigned based on whether or not you opted to have a car parked in the garage. If I chose, I'm not gonna have a car when I lease a bedroom within the complex, then I don't get a space. But if I choose and I pay for a parking space, they're gonna ask me what kind of car I have. And then depending upon the size, they're gonna give me a standard space or a compact space.
Okay. And in item C, it says the lease documents will clearly explain the above terms, but will the lease documents actually specify the car that's being allowed to park?
It'll have a limitation on the size of the vehicles that are allowed within the garage. Within the lease.
Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Commissioner Vincent.
Yeah, I mean, this really isn't a question at this point. It's just, I feel like this is discriminating people based on their car size as to whether they can park in a garage or not. I feel like if you don't have, if all the spaces are taken with the exception of compact and they have a larger vehicle, then they're not able to park their car. And then it's a slippery slope.
Okay. Are there other questions of staff? I do have a couple more. Was any study done of the occupancy of the street parking in the 3 blocks proximate to this property and the frequency of empty parking spaces?
No.
Okay. In as much as 85% of WeHoans have a car, and if we assume, given that data, that 85% will have a car, then where are the balance of these people to park?
That's assuming that the full occupancy will all have vehicles.
85% based on current tenancy of the city of West Hollywood have cars. So if
I just want to respond a little bit to that. I think that, as we've talked about a lot, this is a different type of tenancy than a lot of the units that are in our city. So, somebody would choose to live in this space where they're sharing with someone they may not know. They're choosing to live in this space where they have shared cooking and their own bedroom. It's different than if I rented a 1-bedroom myself or if I owned a single family home. So I think extrapolating and applying the average vehicle ownership to this type of use is probably not accurate. And from what the operators have told us of their other locations, this is adequate. This is what they expect to need for the parking on the site. It's a different type of tenant than we normally see in a typical multifamily building.
In a different geography that is not West Hollywood.
But it is, they have units that are in the mid-city area. They have units that are in this area of Los Angeles that isn't so different from the demographics in West Hollywood.
Okay, then can we go to the ADA parking and discuss for 73 units, is 2 ADA parking spaces sufficient?
Yes. It's based on the number of parking spaces provided, not based on the number of bedrooms for the project.
So if they were to only provide the 9 parking spaces, they would only be required to have 1 ADA space.
Yes.
Okie dokie. That's fun. Okay. Any other questions for staff? Commissioner Vincent?
Staff may or may not know this question, but does this building allow pets?
I'd have to defer to the applicant.
I believe that question was answered last time and that was stated as no, but let's clarify. Mr. Hunt?
Yes, for co-living units, it is no. We don't allow pets. For the affordable units, yeah, it could be something different. I guess that's up to the owner if they want to allow pets in those units. But generally in co-living, it's no pets.
Commissioner Dutta.
I just wanted to address one of the public commenters mentioned the fifth and sixth floor roof spaces, and if there were any cutoff times that were discussed for, just noise mitigation. Was that something that's already been discussed? And if not, is that something that we can include as a condition to ensure that both, events as well as just, to mitigate the general noise that might be coming from the rooftops as the noise will travel throughout the neighborhood?
It's not specifically conditioned, but if you wanted to have a time limit and add that as a condition, you could.
You're on mute, Chair.
Sorry, Commissioner Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. So going back to the pets, I know that I brought up pets at the last meeting, and I thought that the applicant said that they hadn't decided one way or the other. And then when I spoke to the applicant, I brought up pets as well, and they felt that there was enough parkway and trees on the property to accommodate the pets. So do we need to condition that there's no pets?
Well, certainly, if that's what we want to do, then that's certainly an option to add that condition.
Okay, just because we didn't have clarity, it was, you thought that there were no pets and the applicant is now saying no pets, but previously they said that there were pets. That's why I was thinking that it should probably be a condition so that there's no confusion.
That would make sense. So additional questions? So could we go back to the inclusionary housing and the parking assigned for that inclusionary housing? Is there, how does that work? And what does our code say about the allowing of parking for an inclusionary unit?
So the affordable units would be required to have parking spaces assigned to them.
So in fact, for the remaining 70 units, there would only be 27 spaces.
Of the 70 units, 70 bedrooms.
There would actually only be 25 spaces because you have the 2 delivery spaces.
There's 32 parking spaces.
Oh, right.
2 of them are for
delivery,
30 for the residents. Of those 30, 3 will be assigned to each of the 1 bedrooms.
So that would leave
27.
27 spaces for 70 units.
Correct.
Okay.
And let's not forget the concierge is getting a space, supposedly.
Correct. So that's down to 26. Okay. So to be clear, the remaining 50 plus tenants will be parking on the street.
Or they would not have a vehicle.
Or they would not have a vehicle. Okay, with that, if there's no further questions, I will close the public hearing portion of this hearing and move on to deliberations. Who'd like to kick it off? Try not to have too many fistfights over the opportunity. Come on, folks. Commissioner Thomas.
Okay. So first of all, I do want to thank everyone who wrote in about this project. I want to say that I am very impressed with the way that the applicant incorporated the notes from the last meeting about this project and how well the applicant has worked with staff to make this project more palatable. I, much like many of the residents who wrote in about this project, I do have my concerns about the impact of the project on such a busy corner. I do, however, understand the spirit of the Housing Accountability Act, and this project is addressing the housing supply crisis and affordability. And as I mentioned in another meeting, the barrier to access to West Hollywood for many people is affordability. So this is not a perfect project, but it is in line with goal H3 of our general plan, which is to encourage a diverse housing stock to address the needs of all socioeconomic segments of our community. I think that this hearing highlights that an analysis of our code is necessary and needs to be made a priority as it relates to co-living, but I am inclined to approve the project.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Caballero.
Okay. So I watched the August 5th meeting and obviously been part of tonight's meeting. I also want to start with complimenting the applicant for the turnaround in 3 weeks. That was not a small feat, and that was in the improvements have significantly changed the project and have improved the project. I mean, I have so many notes here, and I'm just going to go through them one by one. It's like we've reviewed so many projects on Planning Commission where people are always saying, oh, this density belongs on commercial corridors. And here we have a project on a commercial corridor, and everybody's sort of upset about too much traffic, too much this, too much that. Yet it's exactly where we seem to always want density. And for that reason, I think that this project is perfectly suited for this corner. I mean, in terms of safety, you know, there were some letters that imply that this was going to make the neighborhood less safe. And I just have a hard time wrapping my brain around that when the buildings that are on this site were broken into last year, and you know, they set it on fire because people were trying to warm themselves. It's like, this is not a frat house we're putting on the corner of Fountain and Crescent and Fairfax. This is a community of people who want to be part of our neighborhood. They're not here to destroy, they're here to become a part of West Hollywood. And I thank everybody that called in, but the one that struck me the most was the commuter from LA to West Hollywood who asked us to approve this project, likely because he can't afford to live in West Hollywood and wants to be part of the community and integrate into, you know, what we have here in West Hollywood. So for me, I'm in support of that idea. And then originally we started with the discussion about dwelling units and households, you know, and for me, I don't see how a lease defines a household or a dwelling unit. A household or a dwelling unit is defined by a series of spaces that spill onto a kitchen, a laundry, a living area, which these units all have that. An SRO does not have that. They do not provide private laundry facilities. You know, it's like they do not provide a private living area. And we need to take into consideration that this sharing economy values experience over ownership, unlike previous generations. And they're looking for something different. And I understand the concerns of parking. I mean, I live on Laurel, you know, it's like a few blocks away. I understand the concerns of parking, but that doesn't mean that everybody in this unit or in this building is going to have cars, because This is a younger generation that fundamentally looks at things differently than we do. So I agree with Jennifer Alkire's assessment that we can't use averages based on previous housing models or how we have lived in West Hollywood on this project, because this project is unlike any other project that we have developed. Yeah, at this point, I'm in favor of supporting this project, and I understand all the concerns, but I think, this is, when you look at the history of SROs, it's like, this is a natural evolution of that genre of housing, and it brings something new to the housing experience, something that a newer generation is looking to experience. I mean, just look at the news over the last several weeks, everything about mental health. It's like loneliness, it's like people have the opportunity to live with other people and create community in a microcosm and in the macro, which is West Hollywood. And, the idea, we've heard the term strangers tossed around so many times tonight, and it's upsetting because I've been in that position where I've had to move in with strangers, and those strangers after a couple of days are no longer strangers, and over a period of a month, they become extended friends, and the longer it goes, the closer you become. I would never be worried about them taking my mail, so those type of arguments start breaking down for me, especially when I put it in the context of what we're trying to create. So that's my little soapbox for right now. And at this point, I'm leaning towards approving the staff recommendation.
Commissioner Dutta.
Thanks. I agree with much of what Commissioners Thomas and Carvalero just mentioned, and also Jennifer Alkire had mentioned before as well, that there's going to be some element of choice when it comes to who is going to want to live here. It's not just kind of somebody who unknowingly signs up for this experience, and you're going into this with an expectation of living with 3 or 4 other people in close quarters, sharing facilities with them, sharing your living space with them. And so as a result, I think that, some of the concerns that were brought up, I think are, the people who are going to want to live here will in theory know what they're getting into and the type of experience they will have while being there. I think that the location is definitely, I'm completely, sensitive to the concerns that were brought up here for this particular location. I only live about 4 blocks west of here as well. And so, I can understand, but I feel like any development that would go up at this location would have the same types of concerns that would be brought up. And I think locationally it works well in terms of accessibility to stores, to same way that I walk to Bristol Farms or Rite Aid. This is a perfect location for people to be able to walk to grocery stores. If rail transit eventually makes its way to West Hollywood, which I think is the hope, this will be a good location for that as well, given that it's 1 big or 2 big blocks up from Santa Monica Boulevard. And so I think that it's a type of living that will work well in West Hollywood that hasn't come here yet. I agree with Commissioner Thomas that I think that this snuck up on the city a little bit, and I think that there needs to be a lot of consideration made to be incorporated into our zoning code to address this style of housing. So that way, a lot of the questions that came up will already have been answered. I also want to agree with the changes agree with my fellow commissioners on applauding the applicant on making changes since our last meeting a month ago that have addressed the concerns that the city had in a way that I think didn't compromise the project from what the initial intent was. So I also will approve the project, and I think that, I hope, given that this operator has operated other properties throughout the area, I hope or have confidence that hopefully this will also be a model for the types of properties that they're building, and that the tenants here will also have a similar experience.
Thank you. I too want to thank the applicant for, addressing many of our concerns. There's still, an unusual number of concessions and waivers. I think this is sort of pushing the state law right to the limit. But I guess technically by state law, the applicant could ask for a waiver on every chunk of code that we have. So we don't have any choice in that respect. And it's probably one of the reasons why we aren't even discussing it at this point, because it's not something we even have a choice on. Having said that, staff has a very significant sentence on page 12 of their staff report. While the co-living building design is new within the city of West Hollywood, the project may meet the definition of a housing development project under the Housing Accountability Act. And this is all an interpretation, and it's all very, I'm sorry, still too amorphous for me to make a finding that this is in fact in compliance with all of our code and all of the elements that we are discussing. Yes, we do need to invite new development options into our city. I think I brought it up at the housing element discussion, the concept of micro units, et cetera, is something that we need to incorporate into our code and provide for so that it can be accurately planned. The parking situation for me is the most problematic. This is an incredibly dense project, more than double, if not triple, the density that would normally be in this type of development. And we have no conditional use permit, nothing to guide that development and how it operates. It is an operating model that has never been addressed. And I'm very leery of sort of creating code on the fly, which is effectively what we're doing. And I don't feel comfortable with it. I do not feel that I can make the findings that would address that. I think that's the biggest issue. I mean, we don't have leeway in a lot of areas, but the underpinning definitions lead me to, to say that I can't make the findings. Contrary to the applicant's attorney, West Hollywood cannot count these bedrooms for RHNA. This is not 73 units for RHNA. For regional housing needs, it's 18 units. So we are introducing an exorbitant amount of density with impacts to the community, and we're not even getting any benefit in terms of the RHNA calculations. Now that cannot be part of our decision-making, but given that the underlying definitions are not addressed by the state nor by our city code, I can't make the findings that this does in fact meet our code. So that's how I'm inclined to vote. Now, having said that, we had a number of conditions that were, and I do want to make a comment because it's me and I have to say something about green. That canopy tree in the rear lot is not a canopy tree. It's a 10 and 15 foot shrub. So if the applicant would be so kind as to actually plant a tree, that would be appreciated. In fact, ideally it's 2 or 3 more trees. We did have a number of comments about conditions that have happened both in this meeting and our previous one. By my notes, there were conditions about a right turn only sign. There was an item clarifying that it is a minimum rental term of 1 year, that there was no membership component to this operation, noise on the rooftops, and clarity around pets. Was there anything else that was discussed in condition land? I mean, I personally would like to condition that there be 3 canopy trees at a minimum in the west rear setback. So that being said, is there a motion? Commissioner Thomas?
I'm sorry, Chair, just for clarification, are we talking about the 972 square feet common area that you want to put the canopy trees? Is that what we're referring to?
The rear yard, which is on the west facing portion of the building. It's where the lid system is.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Carvajal.
Yeah, not related to the trees, but we did mention earlier about the access to that one low-income unit on the corner of Fairfax and Fountain, adding another doorway. And I just want to ask, how is that going to make that unit better? Because you're going to compromise the kitchen, and really it's a matter of a few feet from going out the door and going in the front door, and you get a compromised kitchen versus just going around the door and accessing your unit and having a better unit. So I just want to understand why commissioners felt like that would be better.
I think going outside to access your mail, you'd have to go outside and then in the front door just to access your mail.
And how is that an issue? Because that happens all over the city. And you're compromising your interior space to do that. So I mean, if I had the option of just walking out one door and going to another one to get my mail versus having half a kitchen, I would take the full kitchen and be less one door.
So this is not necessarily a condition that I would want, but speaking as someone who had a major foot surgery and was in a roller thingy for 4 months, first of all, having to go outside, if I'm parked downstairs and having to go outside in the rain with a walker, with a wheelchair, etc., problem 1, okay? Problem 2 is just the sheer navigation of the way. If you come in that front door, you've got to do this whole loop-de-loop of going up the ramp and around and back and over to get to your door. And if you're on a walker and you have a challenge in, mobility, those extra, the applicant, oh, well, it's only 8 feet. It's 8 feet is a lot of space if you can't walk. Just speaking from experience. So
I do have to agree with Commissioner Cavallero, though. I mean, that's the reality of how most people get their mail.
And I can go either way on that. I mean, I'm not committed to the need for an interior.
Okay. I just wanted to address it because it came up, and I just feel like it's going to compromise that unit. I just want to have clarification so the applicant understands where we're coming from.
I would agree that it does compromise the kitchen. Commissioner Dudd, I believe this was your issue.
Yes, I want to make sure I say something about it. So I think for me, it was just more about that one unit being separated from the rest of the property versus the other 2 that were connected, and just having that unit just be a part of the overall community. I will absolutely defer to you, Commissioner Carvalero, on what makes the space more efficient and what creates a better space given your expertise. So I also can go either way on that one. I think for me, it was just a matter of it seemed there was potential to commit the space to have a door there, but I'm not married to it, nor is it something we have to include by any means.
I would like to add one further comment that I forgot to mention, and that's about the affordable units. Being clustered within the building. And, you know, the definition on this is that that the result of that clustering needs to do one of the following, and that is allow for the creation of more affordable units than would otherwise be provided. And that's not the case. That the clustering provides a documented public benefit, and there isn't one. And that due to circumstances unique to the project size, location, et cetera, it better serves the affordable housing needs of the city. And I can't make any of those findings.
Is it not because the affordable units are larger?
Larger than what?
Larger than the bedrooms, the regular market rate bedroom.
Regular market, but it's a separate cluster, and that is not, you know, not technically allowed in our code. Commissioner Dutta.
I know in the resolution, it mentioned something about having the front doors along the street side so housing staff can easily service the affordable units. I don't know if that's something that staff can clarify as to what exactly
what that servicing entails. Yes, that's a good point.
Hi, everybody. Allison Bartle, Project Development Administrator for the City of West Hollywood. You know, I think that some of these folks have case management services. Some of these folks have in health aides that could easily come and, you know, grab them. I think when we were talking about why clustering is allowed, you know, any one of the factors, including, sorry, it's the final one. So in this case, it's that both that it's due to circumstances unique to the project size and location, and it's also due to the fact that when we were earlier in the day, we had a conversation about the difficulty of creating households and leasing up these units. And, you know, we went back and forth with the applicant. We had this discussion last time we were here, and it really better serves the inclusionary program for these to be standalone units. And so, I mean, that was really the direction there as well.
I understand the concept on the standalone units. It's about the clustering, et cetera, and it's not integrated into the building. Okay. Okay, so thank you, Commissioner Caballero. I think, do we have a consensus on no to the second door on 101? Any final thoughts on that?
I support that.
Okay. All right, well then, the conditions that I had outlined is the right turn only requirement out of the driveway, the rental terms of minimum of 1 year, no membership component in quotes to the lease agreement or any other agreements. Do we want the noise on the rooftops? Do we want to use our standard 10 p.m. language that we have on other rooftops? Jennifer, I'm sure you have that almost memorized by now because it has come up from time to time.
Yeah, the 10 o'clock is what's in our noise ordinance. So that's usually pretty standard.
Okay. So that would be incorporated. Pets, Commissioner Thomas, did you have a feeling? I think what we want to do is just be specific, pets or no pets. And what is it that we want in the resolution?
I would say no pets, but I am concerned about if someone has a need for a support animal. So I don't know if we need to specify that support animal.
That I would certainly be by definition, I think part of ADA, wouldn't it? But we could carve that out separately.
Sure. that sounds perfect.
And last but not least, canopy trees on the west side. Okay, was there any other conditions?
The trees, it's on a planter. So can we, so you said 3 full-grown trees, I think if I recall, like we need to be aware that it is on a planter.
Yes, it is on the lid planter, yes. But at a minimum, it has to be a real tree. If it's only one.
Okay. I mean, how do you define a real tree?
Well, this by definition, when you look it up, it's defined as a shrub and its maximum height is 10 to 15 feet. That is not a canopy tree. And on the plans, it calls out a canopy tree. It's not a canopy tree.
Okay.
My feeling is if I can touch the top of it, it's not a canopy tree.
You can touch the top of a 15-foot tree?
Oh, 10-foot tree, yeah. And then remember that's, you know, a shrub, but it's a shrub. The point of a canopy tree is to provide shade.
I understand.
The side of the building, and that's barely going to shade the ground floor. So that's the point of that.
And the point that I'm making is just what is possible there. And are you asking that it go in the ground, which means that they have to then redesign the garage?
No,
Okay.
no.
Okay.
No. I wish we had native soil on this project, but yeah, that's not going to happen. Commissioner Dutta.
So the applicant had mentioned that they would be providing wayfinding signage of some sort specific to, deliveries that would be made, so they would know to pull up and call the concierge or whatever number is indicated there. Do you have to, I guess, should that be something that is conditioned, and is there any specifics in terms of where that signage would go? Because to me, it's a little unclear. It doesn't mean that the car first pulls in and then they see the signage, or is it something that would be visible to, an Uber Eats driver who pulls up along the side of the building? There really isn't a lot of space to work with there.
Well, and the thing that we've not discussed at all is the fact that we have 2 driveways right next to each other. Because the building next door, their driveway is right next to this driveway. So that adds an extra little fillip to the whole process. So it's a good point as to what signage and where. And having it in a place that's easily visible, but doesn't block visibility. We have thoughts, comments, suggestions from staff. About how we might deal with the wayfinding signage.
Were we thinking of hanging up signs over the driveway where the parking would be for deliveries?
No, we're talking about signage at the entrance to the building, so that when someone from Uber Eats or whatever shows up, they know that they're supposed to park in those 2 spaces down below.
No, I know, but I mean, the driveway has it kind of leave it over with the building. We can hang signs, the driveway entrance, letting people know that delivery vehicles park down below.
So you're saying above the driveway?
Mm-hmm. Right.
Okay. And that's probably about the only place it can go.
Right.
And not block visibility. Unless there was also something on the interior wall, but that's actually an interior walkway, isn't it? On left side of the
On
driveway.
the left side, yeah, that's the
the
88 ramp.
walkway. Yeah, so there's no real wall there that could be used unless you hung it on the railing on the ramp or something.
Either
Chair,
or.
if I may, Chair, this is
Yes, Mr.
Rick.
Abramson.
Yes, Rick Abramson, city architect. I believe the applicant made mention of a gate. It might be helpful to understand where that gate is located, and that may be an opportunity for some signage. If the gate is in the down position all the time at that limit line, that stop line, that may be an opportunity for a car to pull in safely and have some signage directing them to either, contact the concierge or to proceed forward to a delivery space or what have you. So I think that gate location becomes important.
Well, you bring up a good point, because if there's a gate there, then how does a non-keyed delivery person get down into the garage?
The applicant mentioned that there would be a sign that would have the phone number to the concierge, so the concierge could then open the gate. So there needs to be a sign that not only tells them that delivery vehicles parked down below, but also has the phone number of the concierge.
And the height limit.
And the height limit, right. There's a lot.
The big sign. It's going to be an especially attractive sign, I can tell already. Maybe we can require Old English font or something, I don't know. Comic Sans, there you go. Sorry, it's getting late, I'm getting a little punchy.
You can post this if it's an arm. I don't know if it's a gate or if it's an actual arm, but some places put signage on the arm.
I'm sorry, I would imagine it'd be a grilled gate, because that would be the only point for security purposes.
I also think that the final location of the wayfinding signs can be subject to review and approval of the community development director and the traffic engineer, which is a very common way that we write conditions of approval to make sure that the department's in charge.
Mm-hmm.
So I think Jennifer and Adrian might be working on some language. While there's a pause, I know they're working on language. I will point out that condition 1.2 does have the 12-month lease requirement. And so language about no membership component could be placed there. And then I believe, I just saw it, that 11.8 already talks about installing barriers to restrict left turns out of the driveway.
So does that also include a sign? Yes, it does say signage on that one.
Yes.
So that one's taken care of. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so are we ready for condition language? Sorry, I was typing and
let her rip, Jennifer.
Okay, here's what I've got. So let me know if I missed something. So add condition 12.8. Pets shall not be allowed in the units except as required to comply with the Americans with Disabilities Act. Condition 12.9.
Jennifer?
Yes.
Jennifer, I would say ANDAs may be allowed for the inclusionary units.
Ah, yes.
I think somebody said the inclusionary units may be allowed to have pets.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Okay. Okay. 12.9, there shall be no requirement for membership. Did you say there was membership already included, or that there was a better place for that to go?
She said 1.1.
1.12 says all rental units shall provide a minimum initial 12-month lease agreement for each new tenant and every subsequent tenant. And we could also say, in order to ensure compliance with the 12-month lease requirement, no membership component is permitted.
Perfect. Okay. Add condition 12.10. Hours for use of the rooftop deck shall be limited to 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. daily.
Becomes 12.9, Jennifer, because the year
Yes.
12.8 went away.
Thank you. Correct, 12.9. Okay, and then we have the one for the right turn. So add 11.9. Prior to the issuance of building permits, applicants shall provide wayfinding signage. I'm going to say provide plans for wayfinding signage directing delivery vehicles and providing a telephone number to the concierge to gain access to temporary parking spaces for review and approval by the Director of Planning and Development Services and the Director of Public Works. I think somebody mentioned both. And then did we want to add a condition about the canopy trees?
I'm gonna, it would be my dream, but I'm not sure that we can condition it because we don't know the ability to put them in there. Then I'll just leave it up to the director to make sure that the one tree that's there is actually a canopy tree.
Okay.
Support that.
So Jennifer, we're good?
Unless I missed something, that was all I had in my notes, but I was typing while you were talking, so let me know.
I think by my notes, that's all the conditions we discussed. Okay. Was there any other comments or discussion before we move forward? Commissioner Vinson, did you have your moment?
I did not. I was debating whether I was going to give a spiel. I share a lot of the same sentiments as you, Chair, that you had already shared. I'm really concerned about parking and safety at that corner. I do understand and feel the need for diverse housing options. One of the things that kept me out of West Hollywood for so long was affordability. And I think if this housing option were an option, I might have got into West Hollywood sooner. So I share those sentiments as well. But I too am not sure on the code as far as, hearing so many different lawyers chime in on where this stands, and we not having clear definitions for co-living concerns me. I think that's it. That's all I'm going to share.
Okay, thank you. Well, if there's no other comments or discussion, is there a motion on the floor?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to approve the project according to the staff report and according to the conditions that we just laid out. Jennifer.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner Caballero, for your motion. Is there a second? Commissioner Thomas? I would take the raised hand as a second. All right. Is there any discussion? There being none, Mr. Gillig, would you please call the vote?
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Vinson.
No.
Commissioner Thomas.
Yes.
Commissioner Dutta.
Yes.
Commissioner Carvalero.
Yes.
Chair Huppenkerner.
No.
Motion passes, noting 3 ayes, 2 noes, and Commissioner Lombardi and Vice Chair Jones absent. It is approved as amended. There is an appeal process. One moment, please. The resolution the Planning Commission just approved memorializes the Commission's final action on this matter. This action is subject to appeal to the City Council. Appeals must be submitted within 10 calendar days from this date to the City Clerk's office. Appeals must be in writing and accompanied by the required fees. The City Clerk's office can provide appeal forms and information about waiver of fees.
Thank you, David. With that, we have to move on to item 10B. I guess we have to. And that's a project at 1040 North La Brea. Before we begin, though, I believe Commissioner Vinson has a recusal.
Yes, I will be recusing myself from this item. I work for a general contractor who we recently completed a project for the owner of this property. So I will be recusing myself.
Okay. And with that, we will take a 5-minute recess to allow said recusal. And then we will reconvene to discuss item 10B. Let's back at 9:45.
And Chair, we have all commissioners back. It is 9:45.
Excellent. Welcome back. We are now 4, ladies and gentlemen. We just squeaked under our quorum, but we're going to get this job done. Item 10B, 1040 North La Brea Avenue. Sorry, calling the hearing back to order. Item 10B, 1040 North La Brea. This is a previously approved hotel and mixed-use development that is now proposing to eliminate the residential units and add more hotel guest rooms and reduce the height of the building. With that, I believe Senor Castillo, you are on deck.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And good evening, commissioners. Let me share my screen. Give me one moment here. Okay, is that visible? Is my screen visible, Chair? Okay, great. Thank you. Again, good evening, Chair and members of the Commission. Antonio Castillo, Senior Planner with the Current and Historic Preservation Planning Division. The item before you this evening is a request to amend a previously approved project by the Planning Commission back in September of 2018. The applicant is requesting revisions to the approved project scope that are determined to be a major amendment necessitating it to return back to the Planning Commission for consideration. The site is an approximately 19,000 square foot single parcel located near the southeast corner of Santa Monica Boulevard and La Brea, and currently developed with a one-story L-shaped, approximately 8,400 square foot Volvo auto repair building.
That's West Hollywood.
Sorry about that. Okay, the previously approved development and land uses included a mixed-use project with 85 hotel guest units, a restaurant, and 8 market rate residential units within a 9-story building. That's the building as shown here on the screen. Pursuant to the West Hollywood Municipal Code, the request to amend the approved project was determined to be a major amendment to the project because the amendment eliminates the residential use to the mixed-use project, and the reduction of 2 stories was deemed a significant change to the project design. The project will continue to demolish the auto repair building and include eliminating the 8 market rate dwelling units, increasing the number of hotel units from 85 guest rooms to 116, eliminating 2 stories from 9 to 7 stories, eliminating the upper story dining and lounge, previously referred to as the Sky Lounge, modifying the ground floor restaurant, including indoor and outdoor dining spaces, and other related modifications to reflect these amendments I just listed. The project reduces the parking requirement from 97 spaces to 64 spaces, allowing the developer to eliminate 2 of the 4 parking levels that were provided in the previous design. The approved project provided all parking spaces within 4 levels, 3 above grade on levels 2 through 4 and 1 below grade. Now the amended project includes 1 subterranean parking level and 1 above grade. And it's important to note that the La Brea fronting portion of the building will continue to include commercial space on all levels, shielding the parking from view. Drop-off and car queuing will continue to remain entirely on site with ingress from the alley to the north. As for the urban design and architecture of the project, this project is oriented along La Brea with vehicular entry to the north end and a slightly elevated pedestrian entry in the center that provides a welcoming forecourt terrace to the lobby. Approached from the sidewalk along a tiled radius wall plane adjacent to the lobby entry, an outdoor dining area serves an indoor restaurant and activates the street frontage while being thoughtfully protected with a change of level and landscaping buffer. The public right-of-way is lined with full parkway and additional trees, and one additional tree would be added in addition to the two that remain. The massing of the proposed hotel extends 7 stories and 82 feet in height. The massing is based on stacked hotel units above a ground level hotel lobby, dining, and support services. The building's skin itself will continue to be a metallic satin, silvery gray metal composite panels wrapped inward to articulate the surface and soften the overall massing. Attention has been given to the effect of lighting in general. Integrated vertical lighting strips, which are more visible through this image, will be part of the northern facade to create a soft fluid effect. The applicant team presented the amended design to the Planning Commission Design Review Subcommittee on Thursday, June 24th of this year. As a result of the subcommittee's input, the project has been further refined. There was consensus from the subcommittee that the metal panels should wrap around the south facade in lieu of the previously proposed cement plaster. The applicant has replaced the patterned exterior cement plaster with the composite metal panels and integrated vertical lighting on the south tower elevation. The subcommittee expressed concerns around the proposed vinyl windows on the upper floors due to its durability and maintenance issues. And therefore, the applicant team removed the vinyl windows from the project material and in favor of anodized aluminum window systems, which were previously approved. The subcommittee was in favor of the glazed hex tiles at the ground level portico share space that were proposed in the project's original approval. In response, the applicant replaced the subway tile finish back with glazed hex tiles. And then the subcommittee was concerned the entrance from the valet parking area went through the elevator tower to the hotel lobby, and also had concerns with guests having to pass through the elevator waiting area to get to the lobby, as this may cause bottlenecks during peak hours. And as a response, the applicant team widened the hotel foyer by 16 inches for an overall clear dimension of 8 feet at each floor level. And lastly, there were concerns raised around the use of planters to separate the balcony terrace on the upper level, the 7th floor. And the applicant team revisited this space and provided an additional 36-inch setback from the main facade, and a clear division has been provided between the 2 separate balcony spaces. These adjustments have been integrated into the overall architecture character of the building for consistency. So in conclusion, the project proposes to amend the existing entitlements to redevelop an existing auto repair use with a hotel development with restaurant, eliminating the mixed land uses that previously included the 8 market rate residential units. Under the requested amendment, the building height would be reduced from 9 stories at 100 feet in height to 7 stories at 82 feet. The hotel guest count would increase to 116 keys, and the Sky Lounge, or the lounge on previously on the 9th floor, would be eliminated. From a design and urban programming perspective, the project has been very well thought out and situated to create a striking high-density hotel. The overall design of the building is well crafted with elegant, refined detailing to establish a landmark building at the eastern gateway to West Hollywood. The project would contribute to improving the pedestrian experience along La Brea Avenue and is complementary to the context of the neighborhood. Furthermore, the project meets the applicable development standards for the CR zone, which is a commercial regional center, including the floor area ratio and building height, and does not include any legislative changes, incentives, concessions, bonuses, or modifications. Specifically, the CR zone is intended to create high-density commercial. This zone is designated for properties that are principal commercial activity centers and land uses in these areas that may serve for local as well as regional market areas. The alcohol sales and music are integral to creating a vibrant and exciting destination in this commercial center of West Hollywood. And by replacing the auto use with a hotel project that includes a restaurant, the eastern gateway to the city will be invigorated and welcoming to pedestrians, tourists, and other visitors as previously envisioned in the initial approval. So overall, the project proposal is well suited for the site and the surrounding neighborhood. And therefore, staff finds that the proposed amendment would be a positive addition to La Brea Avenue and the city of West Hollywood, and therefore recommends that the commission approve the project request subject to the findings and conditions of approval set forth in the draft resolution before you. And with that, this concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions that you might have, and I believe the applicant as well as the project architect are also in the Zoom room for any additional questions you may have. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Tony. Are there any questions of staff at this time? Seeing no hands, we will move into the applicant's presentation. The applicant will have 10 minutes at this time to present their project.
Good evening, I'm Neil Denari. I'm the principal of Neil M. Denari Architects. I'm the design architect for 1040 La Brea. Good evening to all the commissioners and thank you. I think Mr. Castillo's overview has been incredibly deep and extensive, and I think it speaks very much to the last 6 months of work that we've done with him and with staff, as well as with Rick Abramson and UDAS. We've also reached out with our community liaison team 360 to the community, and we feel like we've addressed with the design review board almost all the things that I think were of any question relative to this. I want to just take a moment to probably focus on one of the most important aspects of the project, which is why is the project being re-entitled? We have 5 main agendas speaking on behalf of the entire team. The first is to simplify the program and focus on the vitality of the hotel. 2 types of programs, housing and a hotel, produce a certain amount of managerial complexity. Losing 8 market rate residential units impacts the project, but nonetheless, we think that with the shift to the hotel, we can therefore focus on that program. We've therefore moved the lobby from the previous 2018 project from the 5th floor to the ground floor, which to revitalize and really intensify the way in which people move through the building at grade. We think that this simplification is good for the project. It will simplify operations for the owner, and it will also simplify circulation throughout the building. We think that the building program better reflects and responds to market conditions, especially going forward in the post-pandemic world. And finally, the project does seek to take advantage of parking reductions that West Hollywood has instituted since the original entitlement. The site is an important site, has been noted. I'll go here to the fact that it's in the high-rise zoning of West Hollywood. It does articulate the Eastern Gateway into the city. And at present, we see the building as being identified, hopefully as a landmark freestanding project, but it will also take on a different identity over time as an infill building as larger projects are built around it. To achieve this, we sought to avoid just simply stacking, as you would in the most expedient way, a ground floor program, parking, and the architectural program on top. We've shifted the parking to the interior of the site away from La Brea. As a freestanding building, we have 4 visible sides to the project, 2 primary elevations that articulate it as an urban infill project, and 2 party walls that conspire to make an outdoor courtyard to make the building very much a kind of hybrid project in both typology and also identity. We focused on sculpting the corner of the project. It's not obviously on the corner of Santa Monica, but we believe that the project will command the attention of the view of passerbys. We focused quite a lot of attention here. The materials, painted satin, aluminum, anodized aluminum, white ceramic tile, Jim Iserman's beautiful and elegant precast grid around the 3 columns at the base of the building all speak to a kind of shimmering elegance that we're seeking in this project. We'd like for it to be both inviting and also have a certain kind of status and identity to the project. I'd like to address the 7th floor, which Mr. Castillo talked about in terms of a change of program from public to private. There are 2 private balconies which are connected to hotel rooms on the 7th floor. A number of things were taken into consideration. One big one primarily is the shift from type 1 to type 3 construction. That affects occupancy loads at the top of the building and effectively prohibits the idea of a public sky lounge. We're also thinking about private space and personal space going forward in the pandemic, post-pandemic world, where a sense of protection is very, very important. And we thought that was beneficial to the guests at the top of the building. Finally, the previous project being a public building required us to have a 6-foot glass partition, which was used for noise abatement. We could lower that to the standard guardrail height, push it back 3 feet from the facade of the building, and effectively softening, we think, the nature of the top of the building. And we've also introduced a certain kind of transition in the soffit to the columns that is reflected in the ground floor. The main elevation on La Brea, we have worked hard in a very particular way to address many concerns about the issue of connectivity and visibility. We've taken all the infrastructure, mechanical infrastructure away from the outside of the building, overflow standpipes, et cetera. And we've also expanded the area of glazing, and we've reduced the length of ramp with a lot of feedback, I think, from UDAS to help us essentially create the least amount of barrier between pedestrians and the visible world inside the hotel. There you see the plan. We have created a wider pathway from the drop-off. The drop-off is on the north side of the building. And the glass wraps around to La Brea. We've got the vitality of the lobby connecting to the restaurant. This particular image is very important for us as we see the drop-off, the street facade on La Brea, the dining terrace, all as one, rather than simply two sides to the project. The materials and forms completely wrap around to create a world, so we don't have a front of the house and the back of the house, and it's all part of an urban gesture. The building is broken up into a series of what I call bundled towers with these furrows that have light to create a kind of evanescent quality to them. The building is lower, therefore its proportion is more horizontal. We think in the end it produces a kind of sleek building, and especially as we were able to go back to the south facade with comments from the DRB to reinstall our metal panel system, which wraps around the corner, the patterning of the light as it transitions to the pattern of plaster. We really think that does articulate the building form in a very, very striking way. This plan simply shows the integration of the parking garage on the second floor and the way in which the hotel rooms come down in front to create a kind of a sense of urbanity. We do have a small screen area of parking on the north, which is in a decorative facade. On the east,
2 minutes remaining.
Thank you. On the east, the folded curtain-like plaster pattern wraps around onto the east facade, and we can see a transition there between the metal panel. This is looking to the west from Sycamore. The third floor plan, you can see the way in which the hotel rooms begin to fold, setting up views and privacy around the pool deck, which you see here. This is integral color plaster with aluminum reveals, steel and oak guardrails, and aluminum sliding door systems, and a set of trees which are appropriately scaled to this deck, which are built into a continuous, essentially trench to allow firm structures to grow. And here's the seventh floor plan with the exterior terraces articulated on the northwest corner with the guardrails pulled back and the folded rooms focusing on views to the east. Here's our material palette, all within a very elegant and narrow range. We're counting on the mock-ups to look at the way in which the paint produces specularity. We won't have high reflective materials except at the base where the ceramic tile is glazed, aluminum windows, and this is to return back to the ground floor. My colleagues here from Oculus Lighting and from Abe Landscape, as well as Studio 111, are here to help answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Dutta.
Yeah, thank you. I just had one question about the valet parking and the way they would work with the ramps. One goes down, one goes up, as they seem to be able to accommodate one car length. Can you explain to me how that would work with the curving ramps going up and down?
You mean into the parking garage?
Correct. So if a valet is, grabbing the car in the port cochere area and then moving it to one of the parking spaces, it looks like the ramps are. You can correct me if I'm wrong. Are the ramps only able to accommodate one-way traffic? Because
yes, there's an electronic communication system between the valets that allow for inflow and outflow of the car traffic.
Okay. Thank you. That was my only question.
Any other questions? If not, I do have a couple. If you could flip back to A0.06B. There you go. No, that's it. That's it. As we discussed in design review, that partition that's separating those two units, in order to be effective, that partition would need to go effectively full height. And yet it's not rendered here. And I think it was Commissioner Caballero who made a really good point about the fact that that partition, once erected here, is going to effectively create a very different visual on this space. So can you speak to that?
Well, we've tried to render it as clearly as possible here. It is a full height partition. There are radius transitions on either side of the wall that blend into the soffit. There is a small amount of sloping away from La Brea. That wall comes to just behind the glass guardrail, which runs continuous around it. And that wall and that soffit will be plaster, smooth white plaster that transitions into it. I'll see if it shows up. Where my cursor is, the wall is here. It looks ambiguous in a way because it is, but it's a full height wall that morphs into the ceiling.
I was trying to, I mean, I saw that, I'll call it a white thing on page 6, if you go back. But it doesn't seem, I'm kind of looking at it relative to the 7th floor plan, and it doesn't seem to be in the same location. There seems to be a considerable amount of balcony, unless the remainder of that balcony is behind the facade.
Here?
Yeah.
No, that's open.
I guess the proportion seems way off compared to the floor plan.
Here's the opening here.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the extended part of the metal panel. It's about 50-50.
Okay, that's what I was referring to as behind the facade. Okay.
Right. I'm sorry. Yeah, so here's the continuation of the metal panel. Here's the opening. So the balcony does go back behind the facade, yes.
Okay, so in this image, the people are standing on the balcony for the north facing unit.
That's correct.
Okay. And it's really hard to tell from the rendering, but I think that our comments at design review were about the importance of that not breaking up that space visually, but still serving the function, because these are going to be your premium suites. And I think we discussed, not wanting some random stranger being able to look into your patio in a premium suite.
Right. We think that the wall is doing its job in terms of visual and acoustic separation. It's full height, and that the language of all the elements up there, including this partition, this freestanding column, and at the north side, the transition between glass, here all are essentially mirrors of the kinds of things sculpturally that are going on in the bottom. Those things weren't present in the previous project, and that's why I think this is an even more coherent design project that still works functionally.
Okay. Just for clarification, the graphic art on the south and east facades, that is color integrated stucco, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
It's 2 colors of integrated stucco with aluminum extrusion reveals, not painted joints.
Okay. I think that's all my questions. If there are no other questions, Commissioner Thomas?
Thank you, Chair. We received a piece of correspondence about this project. I just wanted to ask the two questions that were in that correspondence from a resident. One was just getting clarification on the color of the building, the skin of the building. It's gray, correct? It's not blue gray or cyan gray. It's just gray.
It's silver. It's not warm and it's not cool. It's at a temperature color that sits right at the difference between those two things. It's not blue, nor is it gold in any way. It will have a metallic finish, but that metallic finish will also be satin. It won't be glossed like, let's say, a car body, for instance. So the building will pick up light, but it won't pick up light as such to create problematic reflections or anything like that. And of course, we'll be doing extensive sort of paint mock-ups with the project to tune it exactly the way we want.
Thank you. And the other question was about the pedestrian environment and whether or not you were going to have pavers.
Yes, I can go to the landscape plan. We will have decorative pavers in a graphic pattern in precast tones of concrete, and Andrea Klein can speak more to that. She's our landscape architect, or any other questions about the greenscape as well.
No, that was my only question. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Click, click. There we go. Any other questions? If not, David, do we have public?
Thank you, Chair. I did receive one public comment form. If there is anybody on the platform that would like to speak on this item, please *9 for me, and we'll allow you 2 minutes to speak. Our first speaker will be Lynn Russell. Lynn, go ahead.
Hi, good evening again. It's Lynn Russell. Thank you for allowing me to comment again. I've always found this project, as it's been evolving, to be very interesting. And despite the fact that you will be rendering my trusty Volvo mechanic and his business homeless when this goes forward, you know, I'm in favor of it. And perhaps your firm could do an undertaking in doing kind of a world-class automotive space that would serve the Mercedes, BMWs, and Volvos that he does, and make it kind of a first one-of-a-kind for West Hollywood beyond normal dealerships. So I compliment the design, and I appreciate speaking. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. And Chair, that looks like to be our last public speaker for this item.
Very good. The applicant has 5 minutes for rebuttal.
I don't think, speaking on behalf of my team, that we have anything to restate.
Okay. Thank you. Then do we have any disclosures at this time? Seeing none, let's close the public hearing and move into discussions. Oh, I'm going to amend myself and rehearing because I do have a question for Tony. in the last resolution, the last go round, we had very deliberate language about no modifications. I couldn't find that language in this version of the resolution. Does that still exist and I missed it?
Yes, I do believe that is here, and let me see if I can find it for you, Chair. Give me one moment.
I was looking for it in the design section.
My apologies, I don't recall the number, but it should be in here.
Because I looked in section 8 under design and I couldn't find it. Ah, 811.
811. Okay. Let me jump down there.
Yep, that's it.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. That then is my last question. All right, then let's close the public hearing and let's move into discussion, deliberations. Commissioner Caballero.
Yeah, I mean, Chair Hoopengar, you and I have followed this project all the way through the process, and I've always been in favor of this project, and I really appreciate the applicant's responses to design review and basically responding to all our comments and responding in a way that's very successful. I'm in a position to support the project and can make a motion to approve the project according to staff recommendations at this moment.
I'll chime in because yes, Commissioner Carvillo and I have we've been hand-holding this one all the way through multiple iterations and design reviews, and I think that the project is very successful, and I do thank the applicant for incorporating all of our comments from design review. I do think it substantially improved the project. I still do have concerns about that traffic from the porte cochere through the elevator lobby to the check-in desk. I feel that that's a real bottleneck and not ideal from an operating perspective, but it's not a deal breaker, certainly for this design. I think you're going to come to regret it personally, but that's my opinion. And I'm glad that the front space has been activated further with larger open seating in the restaurant space. And the return to the octagonal tiles, I think, was a major improvement over the subway tiles that were introduced in the last go round. So I think, the wrapping of the metal skin around the corner really created a unified experience on the project. And I think that's a big improvement. So I would be inclined to second your motion, Commissioner Caballero. And with that, do we have other comments, discussion? Commissioner Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say that I think this is a very aesthetically pleasing project and will bring some vibrancy to that area of La Brea, as well as a number of additional jobs. We always bemoan the loss of any residential units, especially on a TOD corridor like La Brea, but I am less pained that the 8 units, I'm less pained because the 8 units were market rate and we aren't losing affordable housing, and the project is still going to pay an in lieu fee. Also, I know that we received correspondence from a resident who was disappointed that the project is getting smaller, but the smaller project does mean reduced impact, less excavation, fewer trucks, because they're not going to be digging down as far. I am inclined to approve the amended project.
Thank you, Commissioner Thomas. Commissioner Dutta?
I also approve I also support the project. And I appreciate the applicant making the changes as requested by the design review subcommittee in a way that is agreeable for everybody. So I also approve this project as it's been shown here today. Thank you.
Okay, that said, we have a motion and a second on the floor. If there's no discussion, David, would you please call the vote?
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Carvalero,
Yes.
Commissioner Dutta?
Yeah.
Commissioner Thomas?
Yes.
Chair Hoopengarner?
Yes.
And the motion carries as presented, noting with 4 ayes, noting Commissioner Lombardi and Vice Chair Jones absent and Commissioner Vincent being recused on this item. And there is an appeal process. One moment, please. The resolution the Planning Commission just approved memorializes the Commission's final action on this matter. This action is subject to appeal to the City Council. Appeals must be submitted within 10 calendar days from this date to the City Clerk's office. Appeals must be in writing and accompanied by the required fees. The City Clerk's office can provide appeal forms and information about waiver of fees.
Thank you, David. And with that, I think we just set a land speed record. Congratulations, team. And to the applicant, go forth.
Thank you.
All right. That said, we are going to speed on to item 11A, new business discussion regarding possible special meeting dates, which is unfortunate that we're having this discussion with only 4 of us present, but hey, go for it, Jennifer.
You know, when we talked about this, I think at the last meeting, we were talking about potentially putting on a meeting on September 30th for the commission. There were a number of commissioners, or at least a couple of commissioners, that said that they couldn't be there that day. The one item that we really could put on the agenda, because we don't have enough time to notice any public hearings, would have been a CEQA training, but I really would like to do that when we have the opportunity to have all of our commissioners there. So we're going to try to do that on the 7th of October instead. So there's no items that really need to go on to September 30th special meeting.
What about design review or SASE?
Yeah, so I'm looking at those, and I don't see that we have a need for design review at this time, particularly as that date's coming right up. And so we would have to have already known that was coming. So there's nothing that's waiting in the wings. We have 2 items on the September 23rd meeting. We may need to revisit this conversation as the year goes on, because September 23rd is shaping up to be our last design review subcommittee meeting of the year. But at this point, I don't have any specific items to put onto a special meeting.
Where's Robertson Lane?
Robertson Lane's coming in on September 23rd.
Okay.
Yeah. As well as 1282 Fairfax is coming back that day too. That's the church.
Church, okay.
Catty corner from tonight's item.
Yeah, that's going to be a busy night.
It will be. It will be. And then we've got a number of items on the Sunset Arts and Advertising Subcommittee for October 14th. Nothing yet for December 9th. So potentially if we had something for Design Review Subcommittee, we could discuss switching that over. Yeah.
Okay.
At this point, I don't have any concrete suggestions for a special meeting.
Okay. Well, I'm just glad we had the conversation. All right, then let's move on to item 12, unfinished business. There is none. Item 13, excluded consent calendar. There is none. Item 14, items from staff. Planning manager's update. I think we kind of just did that, didn't we?
A little bit. I got a little more though.
Oh, goody.
So reminder that September 16th, which would be our next meeting, is canceled. It's a holiday. So the next time we will convene will be October 7th. Tonight we've got on that agenda, it looks like 8901 Sunset, which I believe will be continued again. So we wouldn't hear that night. We would hear a billboard at 9165 to 9169 Sunset, and multifamily building at 1300 Crescent Heights. And then, like I said, we'll bring that CEQA training that night as well. Because we'll have some CEQA comment hearings coming right up. And then October 21st is still shaping up. It's still a ways out, but it looks like we'll have probably a subdivision. We will have the environmental impact report comment hearing for 8850 Sunset. We'll have a billboard. Right now, it looks like a billboard for 497 Sunset, and potentially here an alcohol permit for an existing restaurant, but that's still shaping up. So I'll confirm that at the next meeting. Yeah, so we're heavy for the rest of the year, it looks like. As far as, I think we did talk about the subcommittees already, but Robertson Lane and 1282 Fairfax on Planning Commission Design Review Subcommittee on the 23rd. 3 billboards for 8433 Sunset, 8590 Sunset, 8501 Sunset, and then a policy discussion on operator logos. All of these items were moved off of the September 9th meeting because they needed a little more time to get the materials together. Whether all of those will stay on October 14th remains to be seen. I think they were all just put there when the 9th got canceled. And nothing on long range projects subcommittee.
Excellent. Thank you. Item 15, public comment. David.
Thank you, Chair. I received no public comment for this general section. If there is anybody left on the platform, there are a couple people. If you'd like to speak, just star 9 for me real quick, and we'll give you 3 minutes to speak on a general comment. And Chair, it looks like we are all clear.
Lovely. All right. Item 16, items from Commissioner. Item A, Commissioner comments. Show of hands. There is none. Oh, Commissioner Thomas. Yay.
Thank you so much, Chair. I do have one thing. I just want to thank all the members of the public who wrote in about the projects that were reviewed this evening. One of the things that makes West Hollywood great is that we have an informed and active constituency who works with us to alert us on how projects may impact their quality of life. I also want to acknowledge Mr. Murdoch for his input. However, I would like to say that when documents are submitted to this body referencing members of this commission, I would hope that they would extend the same respect to the female commissioners, including our esteemed chair, as to male commissioners and the male staff. So what that means is if male commissioners and male staff are referenced by name, please extend the same respect to the female commissioners instead of simply referring to us as she and her. That's it.
Thank you, Commissioner Thomas. If there's no other commissioner comments, item 16B, subcommittee management. Do we have anything to share in that respect, given all of the deliciousness that Jennifer just told us we're going to be up to? There being none, I will move on to adjournment. This meeting is officially adjourned, and noting that the cancellation of the Planning Commission on Thursday, June 16th for a holiday, the Planning Commission will reconvene at our next regularly scheduled meeting on Thursday, October 7th, 2021, beginning at 6:30 p.m. So a couple weeks, folks, unless you're going to get sassy with us. With that, this meeting is hereby adjourned. Yay, team. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye.